15 to 20 minutes to get the logo from, from us discussing it within the chat to having an actual product to put on our website. Went through Wix, we picked the website theme, and this is where we are right now. So what I'm going to do now that we just, oh, absolutely, Doc. So now that we went through the checklist, let's just transition on over to back to the website. Okay. So now we're here. So given where we are in this, these next few tabs are really just plug and play. I estimate the next part of this will take us payment processing. That'll be pretty straightforward. Business email setup. Yeah, this may take us a couple of hours here. So we may give you guys some time back in your schedule today. That's going to be my goal. In the meantime, does anyone have any questions from yesterday? Anything that you thought it made sense, but after you thought about it, you didn't quite get? Or is there anything in particular or specific that you want me to cover today, in day 2?
I don't see any questions.
No? All right. Let's get to it. So remember, we work top to bottom, left to right. So top to bottom.
Christina, I'm sorry. Josh, Christina has a question. She says, how do you get over pain points in the beginning of starting a business?
That's a great question. If I'm understanding correctly on what you're asking, is the pain points meaning the frustrations. And to be honest with you, you never get over the frustrations. You just learn how to better navigate them. The thing about business, the thing about entrepreneurship is, it doesn't come a point where it just every day runs smoothly, right? Every day is different challenges, but you get better at navigating those challenges. You get better at finding the resources to navigate. You get better at finding team members that you can add who are maybe a little bit better skilled in areas that you aren't. And that is what defines a great leader. And you get better at seeing the value in things that you recognizing the value in the things that you can't physically see, so it doesn't really, you don't really get over those pain points. You just get better at navigating them. Another point too is, entrepreneurship and starting your business is really going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm, right? You don't get discouraged. You more or less get fueled to figure out the problem and how to solve it. So that would be, how I would answer that question. But you have to be dedicated though. It's funny. I was talking to someone recently about the difference between being interested and being dedicated. If you're interested in something, you have one foot in, you got one foot out, right? You just want to see what it's about. But if you're dedicated, you're both feet in. And you're dedicated to the outcome. You're dedicated to reaching that destination. So no matter what obstacles jump in front of you, you're focused on navigating and getting to your destination. So I would definitely figure out which category you're in. Are you interested? Because if you're interested, then that's not really the definition of successful entrepreneurs. They're not interested in doing something. They're dedicated, right? So it's another question you got to ask yourself.
What is any suggestions on a book that she may read to help determine if she's committed or dedicated?
Absolutely. Let me put the camera on so you can feel me on this one. Because I love this topic, and we got some time to expound on this a little bit more. I don't know if anyone in the group has seen me speak. This is topics that I speak on often. Leadership Cincinnati, different organizations like that. And I care more about discussing the process than I do about sharing our wins and successes, because that doesn't really do any value for you. Sharing the process and how I've been able to navigate the process, in my in my mind, is much more valuable to you as receiving the message. And a book I would recommend would be 3 Feet from Gold. You know, that really, I think from the cover to the back of the book is really going to help you identify where you are in taking that leap of faith. It's going to really figure out where you are as far as whether you're interested or you're committed. And then it's going to explain some stories that I'm quite sure many of you can relate to. I felt like the book was my story, you know, with the exception of in the author, we got the same last name, so I don't know if we related. But it's Reed, R-E-I-D, not R-E-E-D. So I would definitely recommend reading 3 Feet from Gold. And another good book would be Good to Great. In Good to Great, it studied 11 different companies versus their competitors. And the way I can explain it is you have these 11 companies that achieve great, and then you got their competitors that they compare them to that were good companies. And so in between the two, there's this black box. And what the book is discovering is what is inside of this black box that helped these 11 companies become great as opposed to just being good. And so it talks about things like level 5 leadership, right? And level 5 leadership is those who have extreme humility and extreme goodwill. In other words, it'll bring up success. They're looking out the window and pointing to all the external factors that help them achieve that success. And in failure, they look in the mirror and they say, okay, me as a leader, what did I do wrong? Right. And you know, horrible leaders, when there's success, they look in the mirror and say, I did everything myself. And when things are bad, they look out the mirror and blame everybody else. Right. So those would be the two books I would highly recommend that you read. If you're not an avid reader, then, you know, you could find the audio book and listen to it. However you best digest information, but I recommend reading those. Thing about me, I started young, and I was never afraid to take risk, but calculated risk. For me, I was an engineer by trade, making really good money, but it wasn't for me. Like I told you yesterday, it only tapped into 10% of my potential. And the other 90%, that's what's going to help me achieve what I've been dreaming about my entire life. And I left, and I took the leap of faith, and that was 5 years ago. So, but mentors and advisors helped me get there. So shout out to SCORE too. If there's anybody here working with SCORE. And then later on, oh yeah, we'll talk about marketing yourself as well. So we have a whole segment on that, marketing yourself and marketing your business then, and they both will align. So that makes sense to everybody. You know, I don't want to go down that path because you're going to get me sweating. I'm going to come out the jacket and, you know, you're going to have to take this up another notch. Let's get to it. Ms. W, you have anything you want to add there?
I think that was great. And I think that person that you were speaking of earlier, using as an example, has heard your message loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So now we said we work top to bottom. So each page we go from the top and we go to the bottom. And yesterday collectively, we were able to complete the homepage. So we found this image. We thought it fit well with managing golden age. We didn't want to focus on, we wanted to have a more hip, more energetic, but someone who obviously is a little bit more seasoned. And we felt this fell right aligned into our target market as far as showcasing we are a podcast. So he has the phone, he has the headphones on, and you know, he's excited to hear what managing golden age is going to be talking about today. Empowering families and their loved ones. That's sort of our tagline, our mission, our events, and get involved. We have the latest news. We came up with these 3 different blogs that we've written about. Here is just another, our mission. What is Managing Golden Age? It's an educational podcast providing information for families dealing with caring for relatives entering their golden age. upcoming events. We opted out of following our branding colors, which is the gold and sort of bluish. And the donate and the register are reds, so it's easy for your eye to catch on to what we're trying to promote here, which is for you to register to upcoming events, or you could donate to the podcast. Another call to action: donate now, join us. And then we have our email subscribers list where people can sign up by just typing in an email, hit sign up. And then at the bottom, this is that copyright footer note. We could change this to 2021. And if you need a refresh, just watch day one. But editing everything here is just as simple as clicking it and hit edit text. If you want to change this color, you click and you hit change column background. So everything is a click and change or click and edit. So it's pretty straightforward. Now we want to edit these pages here. So remember, we will go to page and we will go to about. And now we can use the tactics from yesterday to change this about page. All right. So we got a bit of information here to work with. So we have our about on the home page. So we can copy this. I do have a question though while I'm working on this part. Anyone from yesterday, were they able to take any of the information that they learned and applied it between yesterday and today?
I don't see any responses.
No? Okay. What is it?
What'd you say?
I thought you said something.
No, I was just.
Okay. All right. So we're going to take that line from the home page and put it here. And perhaps here we can put, the about section is you're free to share as much as you would like. I would say for this podcast, I would put the days that we are actually podcasting. Join us, Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Any thoughts there? Join us Monday through Friday, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Or perhaps we can do it this way. I would say days we go live. Something to that effect. Doesn't look like anything happened with that one. Down here, they have images. Now, given that this is a podcast, there's, uh, you guys let me know what you think. What does it say? Okay. We can add images of, our market, or as you saw from the podcast website that we looked at yesterday, is not as advanced or in my mind as appealing as our site is, but it was very straightforward. So given that this is a template and this is here, we don't necessarily have to use, we don't have to drop images in it because we don't have any images. We are a podcast. If maybe you had images of your team, then I would put those images here. But given we don't have any images, we can remove this particular strip. Let me see here. So what I did there, so I just deleted it. What happened? Okay. So I'm gonna click this area and delete. And then slide this up here. And it's gonna pull everything from the bottom up. Now that's what I do like. Now, given that we have deleted that strip, remember from yesterday, we can shift between desktop and mobile. So let's see what happens on the mobile. Let's see if it still looks formatted. Okay, perfect. So it still looks good. All right. Now on here, if you don't really like how it looks, you can adjust it on how it's going to look mobile. Maybe, it's too much space right there. So we can adjust it. So now it's even white space between the top and bottom. Okay, let's go back to desktop. You just simply click this. And now we're back. Would you mind reaffirming what we are doing and the goal of today's session? And we can assess yesterday's session. Yeah, so I walked through the checklist. Not sure if you came in the beginning, but we walked through the checklist on what we're doing today, what we covered yesterday, and then what we're doing today. So for those who maybe didn't come in the beginning, this is everything that we covered yesterday. So we went through the R&D, we went through the legal organization of your business. Today we're going to wrap up finishing the website design and payment processing, business email setup, and then social media setup and connection. This is a very important area right here to follow along with, because this is how we're going to market this website. And given this COVID-19, given this is the podcast, everything really relies on how well you can market via social media to reach your target market. That's what we're covering today. Now, here's another tagline that we can leverage. We can change it. Yeah, absolutely, go. So we can change this, or we can tweak what's already here. We can work hard or we can work smart. So anybody have any suggestions? Because we already have educational podcasts. We already have what we do. We do have our slogan, which our tagline is empowering families and their loved ones. We can leverage that. Could just put that right here. I don't see a problem there. What do you think? That looks good. Our mission, our vision. Now, this is something that we're not going to expound too much on our mission and vision. This is something that I think is pretty self-explanatory, and you can put that together. Areas that I think are explains themselves and are pretty straightforward. I don't want to bog you down with covering this. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows how to can put this together, put your mission and putting your vision together for your particular business. This would be huge as far as like nonprofits, or in a sense where you are accepting donations. So having that mission, having that vision panned out is probably good to have here. I'd recommend having it on this particular website. These images, we would want these images to fall in line, with this being a podcast. This doesn't really, this reflects more of a fitness studio, maybe a workout, class. And this is someone that may be in craftsmanship, or she does a lot of DIYs, do it yourself videos and craft videos. So we would swap those out. And just as a quick refresher, I'm going to show you, how we would swap this out. So first and foremost, to make sure that we're getting an image that would just drop right into this particular image, right? We would want to click this and do change column background. Oh, I see Christina message. Okay, yeah, we can definitely build on that. We'll go back to that and build on Christina's. So everyone check the chat, see Christina's message. And what we want to do is we want to look at the size of that photo. And how I got to this particular page, I just click the image, put change column background, and then I click this little icon here. Click crop and resize. And what I want to look for is I'm going to look for the dimensions of this photo. So when I jump over to Canva, which allows us to get access to thousands of royalty-free images, we know we don't have to worry about hearing anything back as far as putting those images on our website because they are free to use. So this says it's 3,000 by 2,000. So what we would do is jump on over to, close that, jump on over to Canva, right? And these are the designs and images we used yesterday. I believe the size is here, 3,000 by 2,000. Yeah, these are 3,000 by 2,000. But in case you're new here and you need to do that, what you would do is you would hit create design, custom size, and you would type 3,000 by 2,000, and it's going to give you a blank palette in these dimensions. But since we clicked several images yesterday, we created that have those same dimensions. We're just going to go back here. Now we can keep a file of everything that we use and put on our website. So we probably want to find, let's just do podcasts and see what we get. Click photos. Let's do podcasts. This is a pretty neat image. Has our colors in it. Books for wisdom, coffee for the energy. Grab your headphones. Let's use this one. So what we would do is we would go to download, go down to pages, select page 5 of that image, done, and you hit download. Now, depending on your setup, given that we're using Chrome automatically downloads. You can see at the bottom of the screen, it puts all your download images right here. But depending on the type of computer you're using, For my computer, it goes to my download folder, so it's easy for me to find everything that I just downloaded. So wherever your download saves, just make sure you remember to check there to upload that particular picture to Wix. So we would go back here and so that we're going to do image, upload image. I'm going to find the image we just downloaded. Okay. Click it and hit change background. And that's it. So we swapped out this image for the image we just created and downloaded from Canva. So now when we go to preview it, this is what we have. All right. And then we can swap out that image for another one. I just wanted to do a quick refresh so you don't have to go through the entire video yesterday to figure out how, how do I switch out the images? You could just do it right then and there.
Joshua, what about that pink above the image you just put in?
Yep. So let's go back here. Good question. So for this pink, remember our colors are the gold and almost like a teal blue. We can change this. Remember, simply click it, hit change. Is either going to say change or edit. So here we're going to change the strip background. And we can click color. And here are our two colors from yesterday. So we can go with the gold. We can go with, what do you think here? Which one, gold or the bluish green? Blue? All right. So is that simple, straightforward. So again, then we could change this one to gold, change strip background. Well, if you don't want to do gold, you can do a image like that, right? Kind of break up the monotony a little bit. Can do this one. This one actually looked pretty neat. That looks good. Let me save this right quick. I was already saved, but. Then too, if we want to, if we don't want to, let's look at the home page and see how we did with the font. So I think we had changed the color. Yeah, we did gold. So here we can change each of these to gold. You can do edit text, and then click color, and hit gold. We can keep that black. Same here, edit text, hit gold, perfect. Then here, we probably don't, we would want that accent color like we currently have. We probably don't want this to be that blue or gold because it doesn't, we want this, if we're asking for support, that we want it to stand out. So we probably would make it the same color as that donate button is what I would recommend. So we can do, let's see what that color is. So remember, I'm just going to take this color code there. Okay. Then I'm going to come down here, change the color, and I simply can just add the color code right here. Add, and then that's it. All right. So now that, you know, when you're scrolling like, oh, okay, what's this about? It's pink. It just came out of nowhere. And you don't have to update. This has already been, this is the footer. So we've already edited the footer from this page. So everything is going to be consistent across the board on every single page. So you don't have to worry about having to update the footer on each page, just like the header. All right. So now we got the home, we have the about. Now you will go through support us, news, events, podcast, contact. So let's check out the support us page and see what's going on there. So the same thing here. Everything that we've done, I think at this point, and you guys let me know if I'm wrong, I think at this point you understand exactly how to edit each of these sections. Let me know. You can put down in the chat. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Put down in the chat. Got it? Okay, there's a few other in it. I appreciate your engagement, Christina. Doc, yeah, I appreciate that. You know, the rest of you that's saying, I need you to, you know, loosen up those fingers, working on hitting those keys. Yes, this is good. Okay, what's going on, Steven? You know, get the coffee pot. I hope at this point you already got one in. Are we good? That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Definitely let, you know, let the comments and the good vibes show in the survey that we're going to send out at the end. Those positive remarks and feedback is going to position us to be able to do this again, hopefully in the first quarter of next year. You know, you have those New Year's resolutions. There's a strategy to why we're doing it right now as well. We know we're at a time where this is that part of the year where people like to have those New Year's resolutions, and we're hoping that one of those resolutions is to kick off that idea, that business you've always wanted to do, and we wanted to equip you with all the tools and resources to do it, and not have to worry about any external expenses as far as having people make your website and having them create your logo. We're going to teach you how to do it yourself, and so hopefully, you know, over the next couple of weeks, while things are a little bit slowed down, you go ahead and break out that notebook and get things going. All right. So you understand. Nice. 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 It's got a good text I share with you guys later. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So I don't want to be redundant. Okay. Home and about, you got a clear sense of how to do everything on going from left to right up here. You know exactly how to change this blue to gold. You know how to update this text. Same thing here. Here, you know how to change this button. If not, you know what? I'm not going to make you go back and watch the whole video yesterday. So let me just run through quickly how you would change the look and feel of this button. All right. So you would click this button. Now you can quickly edit the text, right? Or if you want to change the look and feel of the button, you would hit design. And you can go through here and click these, right? Or if you say, you know what? I like what I already have. I just want to tweak it a little bit. And I say, well, what do you mean by tweak it? You want to say, I want to get rid of these corners. I want to add surrounded edges. And you know, when I click on the button, I want it to be blue and then pink when I hover over it. So I'll say, okay, let's go to design. Let's go to customize design. And first and foremost, let's do the color. Now you see here it says regular and then hover. So hover means when I put my mouse or cursor over the button, what is it going to do? So while it's regular, we can go with our theme colors, which I believe it was blue, right? And then it turned gold when we hovered over it. It's that simple. So when you're scrolling, it's going to be blue. When you hover, it's going to turn gold to let you know that you get ready to click it. It's that simple, right? So now we're going to come down and fix those corners. And we're just going to simply type in 25 to round it. You may say, that's too much. Then, do 15. Not the 9, 15. There you go. And that's it. So now if we do preview, see, now your button has been customized to your liking. All right. So you know how to edit everything here. Same thing there. You know how to edit this. You can update all this information. Oh, let me go back to edit. Make sure you go back to editor. So if you're clicking and saying why things are not working, that means you're probably still in the preview mode. All right. So okay. So let's just do the icon. This is the first one. We haven't had the vector art except for the logo. But say you want to change this. You simply will click it. Once again, it's either going to say change or it's going to say edit. So either one is both going to get you to what you're trying to do, change or edit. So we would click vector art. Let's hit change vector art. And Wix is going to give you an abundance of different options you can select from. You can do basic shapes. You can obviously upload your own.
So Joshua, it's Deborah.
Yes.
What is the point of vector art? Can you explain that? I don't.
Yeah. So vector allows you to change the size to whatever you want it to be without distorting the picture. So if you're using a JPEG and for whatever reason that JPEG, it's a standard photo. So if you try to stretch it out and the size of the photo isn't large enough, meaning maybe it's 1 meg size photo and you try to stretch it out, it's going to get pixelated. And that's important to know because right now we're viewing this on my desktop, and so everything looks very crisp and clean. But if I was to view the same website on a 70-inch television screen and it's not vectored, then that picture is going to look pixelated on a much larger screen. So what a vector allows you to do is to adjust the size of this, no matter what size, is going to always look sharp. Because it's just stretching out those lines and those curves as opposed to it's adjusting those lines and curves as opposed to stretching them out. Mm-hmm. And if you ever went to like a t-shirt designer or someone who's going to embroider, a logo on their shirt, they always ask you for the vector file. And if you don't have the vector file, they normally charge you a couple bucks to convert it over to a vector. I can show you how to do it, but the software I have, I just don't want to confuse anyone. I just want to focus on the task at hand. But there are some websites that you can go to that allows you to convert your vector over to convert your logo, which may be in JPEG, PDF, or a PNG file, and they allow you to convert it over to a vector art file.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if we want to change this, let's go to a shape. Let's go to icons and, could do a raindrop. Let's do the eyeball. And then to change that out to eyeball, right? In person, right? We want to look eye to eye. So you can do that for each one here. And all these work the same as the previous tutorials. Once again, that footer has already been changed from your homepage. So it's going to be consistent across each tab. I want to see some beautiful websites. Okay, you know what? The doc says she wants to learn how to convert it to a vector file. So I will quickly show you guys. Let me get through this, and we'll jump on over to a platform called Adobe Illustrator, and I will show you how to do that. I'm telling you, people would charge you. I remember I asked someone to do it for me. He was going to charge me $50. I'm going to show you literally. I was going to pay them $50. It took me no more than 2 minutes to do it. So after I figured out how to do it myself. So I'm going to show you guys how to do it to say, and some people charge even more money than that because again, you don't know what you don't know. It's like the mechanic. You go to the mechanic. Not all of them is like this, but majority of them are. And you know nothing about cars. And so you just take their word for gold. And, 90% of the money you just spent was on things you really didn't need because you didn't know anything about cars. So I'm here to help you avoid that. All right. So let's go to news and see what news is about to see if there's anything on news that we haven't covered. Nope. Remember, we adjusted each of these yesterday. So let me just zoom out a little bit. And then remember, the joy about Wix is it categorizes everything. So if you want to manage these stories on this website, you go to manage post. And you can edit a blog by clicking edit. Remember here, you can adjust. Just simply click and start typing. Images. If you go here and you want to add an image, you just hit this plus icon, image, a video, whatever you want to add, you can add it here. And then when you want to, remember, don't just save it. You got to publish it if you want it to go live. All right. So it's that simple. And then it's going to automatically update for you. And everything at the bottom, everything is pretty consistent with what we've discussed before. Same thing over to events. Remember, it's going to categorize events for you. You simply click here and hit manage events, and you follow the same protocol. Desi, what's going on? Okay, let's go to the podcast area. Okay. All right, so this is important because if there's anyone on here that's doing podcasting, you see where it says connect RSS feed? If you're leveraging something like, let's say Apple Music for hosting your podcast, you can connect this to Apple. So when you do a podcast on Apple and you hit complete, it will automatically upload it would automatically upload that completed podcast episode to your website. So you don't have to manually do it on Apple and then sign into your Wix platform and then manually add it to Wix. Here it says customize and design your podcast feed and feature all your episodes and info on your site. And you would simply connect this here and you would get that feed link from music or any other platform that you're using. They're pretty streamlined across the board. And as you can see, it says a lot of episode downloads. If you want people to be able to download those episodes, then click this. If not, then turn that off. So that keeps this part really simple for you, which is why there's no edit. So obviously your title and everything that's coming from the platform that you're leveraging to do your podcast, make sure that the title and the episode, everything is in sync and following the same format across the board so people don't get confused. And I like that because it keeps it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish.
I was going to say I like that because it keeps it simple and a little bit easier for those who are not too familiar with having to do this part right here as far as editing and designing.
I was going to ask a question. Why would you want to allow people to have access to download your podcast?
I think that's pretty much preference.
Okay.
Vimeo, which is another platform like YouTube, Vimeo is more ideal for those who are in cinematography.
Mm-hmm.
But it allows, you can give people the option to download your videos for whatever reason. It really is preference. There's no value add or to not allowing people to download your episodes. But if you want people to always come back to your website, I would recommend not allowing people to do that. And so you can get those views, you can get those clicks, and you can keep those eyeballs on your website and keep that traffic up, because you're someone that's selling, perhaps you're selling advertisement, or maybe you're starting to launch some products that you want to sell via your website. But if people just go to your site and download the episode, they have no reason to come back if they want to listen to it again,
Right.
because they can just go to the download. So I would recommend not allowing people to download the episode just to keep those eyeballs.
Okay.
And that has a lot to do with, what is your strategy to drive revenue for your podcast? Is it selling your podcast, like the example we used yesterday, where maybe you're going to have experts and practitioners come on your podcast and allow people to call and ask questions. But to incentivize that particular guest, maybe you do a revenue share with them, or you pay them a fee to come in and interview with you. And then you charge me as the listener, a $25 or whatever amount cover charge to listen at, be able to call and ask questions. Or are you someone that has a podcast and you are allowing everyone to listen for free, but what you're really building up is your views and your listeners and your subscribers, so you can then go sell advertisement to people to say, hey, if you advertise on my podcast, I have 10,000 people that listen to me on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, whatever that number is. I'm just speaking hypothetically, but you just figure out what is your business model to drive revenue and to drive viewers and listeners.
So I have a question in regards to that, and then
Mm-hmm.
So what would be, if you're just starting out with a podcast, using this as an example,
Mm-hmm.
what would be the best approach? Would it be to have the experts come on? I mean, you would have to have a network of experts in order to have them come on, and then you would charge your listeners. But if you're just starting out, would you really have that many people listening, or would you then you would have to advertise your podcast? So what would be the best approach if you're just starting out? Would it be to, like you said, the second option, to just allow people to listen and then go to advertisers and say, look, this is what I've been able to accomplish?
That's a great question. So it has a lot to do with the individual. You're someone that, you're starting a podcast because you have a really great network of individuals that can help you build that base.
Okay.
So if that's someone as you, if you have that network and you have 10 or 15 people that you can call that are credible, hopefully they're bringing a following. Because you need to have either a name or a title that everyone is seeking to really drive that viewership and those listeners. If you're fresh, if you're brand new, you need to have something that's going to pull people in. So if you're someone with that network, I would say, with starting with an audience that is zero, I would not recommend charging.
Okay.
Especially if you're starting from ground zero, because you got to build that base and build that following. Now, the alternative is if you have access to someone that is, popular or very known, then you can come out the gate strong and charge people, because they're going to bring a following. They're going to bring the listeners. Okay. So there's a couple of different factors that go in. There's no one size fits all here. There's a couple of different factors we have to identify to figure what angle are we going to take.
Okay.
But if you got somebody that's popular and has a good following, and you're a fresh company, you can charge. Case in point, my streaming company, right? Ms. Deborah knows about it. I didn't have anything, but I had access to a network, and I had access to artists who had a following, and that following allowed us to come out the gate and make a little bit of revenue, because they brought a following and we were just a platform that they were using. So it worked hand in hand. It helped us get reach to an audience who never heard of us before, but on a much larger scale. So now we're able to build our fan base quickly. And then given the artist and the level that they're at, we were able to charge tickets because of their fans. So we were able to charge for those tickets. So we were able to kind of do both. So it's more or less like having access to a steroid there. But like I said, you got to factor in things. Yes.
And I just want to quickly say that a lot of what you're talking about is transferable even if you don't have a podcast, if you have any type of
Yeah.
business. So if you have a
Yeah.
network and you're just getting started, of people or that can help you market your business, then that, that's very beneficial for you as well. So a lot of what you're saying here can be transferred to any type of business, really, as far as
Yeah.
developing your strategies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like I said, everyone is starting, you gotta assess where you're starting from, right? It's like, I can give another example. There is no perfect time to start a business, right? There is no, I'm going to save X amount of dollars and, I'm going to give myself 2 years to get it off the ground. And if it's not done in 2 years, if it's not where it's supposed to be, then I'm done. It doesn't work like that. Like you don't give the process um, an ultimatum. You don't tell the process, hey, I'm going to give you, you know, 2 years to help to make this happen for me. And if not, I'm out. Process is going to say, okay, because what you failed to understand, all it was going to take was another extra year for you to get to exactly where you want to be. And that's why they say you got to trust the process. Um, Now, for me, while I was working full time as an engineer, I had been with the company since I was an undergrad, as far as being an intern in a co-op. So all that time I had already worked with them, had built up. So I was able to get an extra week of vacation by my second year as full time. So I had 3 weeks of vacation, but I never used my vacation days to be on vacation. I used those days to go out and network and go, because the meetings I needed to be at were happening between 8 and 5. Those meetings weren't taking place after 5 o'clock. And so when I got off at 5, I had missed everything. So when I decided, I just hit my point where I was like, I'm done. I need to take a chance on myself now. Like, if not now, then I'm not doing it. And I put my 2 weeks in, right? And but I had already used those weeks of vacation and established a network, so I was able to hit the ground running. I didn't have no deals, I had no contracts, but I had a network, and people knew I was out and about talking about this company called Operation Driven. And so I was able to just kind of hit the ground running, navigate those relationships and find opportunities. And I got my first contract 2 months later. We were off to the races. So as opposed to the flip side, where those 3 weeks of vacation, I was using it to go to travel and hang out and not do anything. But then one day I decided to quit, but I don't have any, I'm starting out at ground zero. Right. So the process may have been a much longer or much different outcome as opposed to the way I did it. So that's what I'm saying. You got to assess, where are you starting from? Um, and depending on where you're starting from is going to determine how long that process is going to take. And if you have the dedication, right? You're not interested, but you're dedicated. If you are dedicated to the outcome, you'll get there. I just got a text. I just got a text just right now on something, I've been waiting for a long time. And we reached the destination. You understand what I'm saying? Miss Deborah's fortunately has had a front row seat on everything I've been doing this year. I'm starting to get the tingles. She had a front row seat. She's seen the work. She's seen the dedication. I'm in the basement right now. I said, I'm not going to office anymore. I got to set up my zone in the basement. So when I can get up, I get right to it. I don't got to drive 50 minutes to get downtown. I can hit the gym and get right to it, because we dedicated to the outcome. And we just hit that destination. And now things getting ready to turn up to another level. You got to trust the process. It was very uncomfortable March, April, May. But the team believed in the vision. I'm the leader of the team. They believed in the vision, but they trust that I'm going to navigate us the correct way to get to where we need to go. Because I'm all the way in. There is no, I'm gonna do this, but I got this side hustle going over here just in case this don't work. Now this is working out. There's no side hustles. This is it. So if anybody try to come in and tell you it's a cookie cutter process to be successful in business, they don't know what they're talking about. Or, they've had a silver spoon their entire life. But we came out the mud. So trust the process. I'm telling you. All right, let me
All
get
right.
back
Thank
focused.
you.
Is that right?
Yes. Thank
How y'all
you.
feeling? Post check?
Let's
Post
see.
check?
Somebody said, Desiree says, you sound like Jay-Z.
If we had time, my first, I tried to be a rapper at one point. I was a rapper when I was an engineer, and I was a rapper on the weekends. So I got pictures, I got the receipts. um, okay, all right. So let's get back. Let's go. Okay, would the RSS upload work for YouTube channel? Upload the same as there are. That's a good question. I haven't tried it with YouTube, but so I don't want to say yes, or I don't want to say no, but I do know that the YouTube channels do have RSS feeds. So if you do a YouTube, um, you can call it a video podcast. You can connect that RSS feed from your YouTube channel to this particular feed. So anytime you go live or post a video, it will show up here. So I would say yes. It just kind of gets fuzzy when you do podcasts, when I'm talking about like a Apple podcast and YouTube, because they're kind of different platforms. But in essence, yes, it will work the same way. That's how RSS feeds work. It allows information to um, automatically funnel from one platform to the next, being that you've connected the two. So in the grand scheme of things, yes, James, that would work. All right, cool. Steven asks, what's the best podcast company to go with? I saw using Podbean. Now that I'm glad you asked that question, because that's another part of of starting this podcast company. Now we got to research, which one we want to go with. So best podcast hosting platforms. So what I would do at this point is I would go out there and just kind of do some look. Podbean says number one. He said he uses Podbean. I would kind of go out there and look at the different platforms, different features, and then another important factor is how much is it going to cost me, right? Maybe you want to make sure the platform can host call-ins. How easy is it for people to call in and talk to you? Do I have to pay for those minutes? So you just kind of go and, how many hours of podcasting do I get per month or per week? Kind of go through and look at what is your budget, and then, what fits within your budget, and you go with that platform. So I know me personally, I like to go with, if I'm going to go in, I'm going to go all the way in. Um, and if Podbean, that says number one, that look like that may be a great platform as well. Let's look at this one. So it really is, you got to think about what is it that your podcast is going to offer people, and make sure that the platform you go with has those features to be able to make that available. See, RSS feeds, boom, that's what we're looking for. So we know Podbean, Stephen, that RSS feed is exactly what we would be looking for right here. So we would connect this RSS over to Podbean, and anytime we do a podcast and it finishes converting over and it says it's now available, then it would automatically update on our website here. Yeah, so I would just do a little bit of research on this area, but Podbean looks pretty good to me. So look like you're in the right direction. But yeah, that's part of what you would have to do as well. Just like if you are um, I don't know, a consultant, you want to know what's the best payment processor. So you would do some research. What's the best way to send invoices? We use QuickBooks, but maybe there's other platforms out there that you've heard of. So you just gotta, depending on what industry you got in the features and resources that you need, just gotta do a little bit of research, compare and contrast to see which one you want to use. I haven't heard of Anchor FM. Oh, Wix offers invoicing as well. So yeah, you just go through. Again, it's all about what are you looking for, what are you offering, and then what platform is going to help you be able to offer that in the most streamlined way. And if you can do everything through Wix, then I would do that, and then I would connect that through your accounting or wherever you're doing your books at. QuickBooks is like the one that is leading the industry in this particular arena, so you can connect it to QuickBooks. So anytime you get a payment, it's going to reflect over in the QuickBooks. All right, so that made this section pretty straightforward and pretty easy there. Now the last page would be your contact page. And yeah, you know how to edit this, you know how to edit the background. Let's see what we got shaking here with this map. This is manage locations. Okay. So Wix makes managing locations a lot easier than WordPress, because 9 times out of 10 with WordPress, you got to get a Google API. You got to get a token from Google. You got to go through all these approval processes to be able to do this feature right here and add it to your website. So now, don't get me wrong, it works good once it's done, right? It looks good as well. But again, if you don't have that experience, if you don't have the experience to do Wix without a tutorial, then jumping over to WordPress, I would not recommend that, because it's just going to confuse you. But you could figure it out. It's going to be much easier to learn this instrument and then go over to WordPress as opposed to just jumping to WordPress. So depending on your level of patience, determine which one you prefer to do. But I would recommend everyone that's new to this, do Wix, figure it out, get a beautiful website. This website looks really good so far. And when you're ready to scale up and get a little bit more bells and whistles, because Wix just doesn't allow you to do that, or you haven't navigated how to do it, jump on over to WordPress and you can take things up to another notch. But with that also comes another price tag as well. All right, so yeah, let's go to the terms of use and see what this is giving us. So remember yesterday we discussed your terms of use and your privacy policy. And we suggested checking out Rocket Lawyer, or if you have an attorney, you could work with your attorney as well, depending on how they charge. Rocket Lawyer may be the best way to go for this particular document. This is pretty standard, depending on your product. But given this is a podcast and you may be accepting payments, and the things that you're doing are live or they're digital, you want to make sure that you have in your terms of use a refund policy. You want to make sure you have a privacy policy to let people know that you won't be sharing their personal information if you're accepting names and email addresses or addresses and birthdays, etc. You want to let people know that you're not selling that information or using it in any third-party applications or whatever the case may be. The GDPR, General Data Protection, just want to make sure you have that stuff on your site. And in order to do, say, if you want to get like BB accredited with BBB, you need to have a privacy policy. I'm not too sure if terms of use is mandatory, but you definitely need to have a privacy policy visible on your website in order to be accredited with the BBB. So make sure you have that stuff on your site. If you don't, I recommend you have it. If you're accepting payments, I recommend you have your terms of use that they agree, that they read and understand, because you may have people coming back paying for your product, claiming they didn't listen to it to get access to it, and then requesting a refund, and you having a way to prove that that person isn't telling the truth because it was live or it was virtual. We ran into that with my streaming company, but everywhere on the site in the ticketing process and payment process, everywhere it says no refunds, all payments are final. So there's no, I didn't see it. There's no excuses, because you just got to protect yourself. All right, so we are here. Now, if you noticed, you see pages, and I'm glad this happened. You don't see terms of use and privacy policy up here in the menu bar. And that's because they're hidden, right? But remember we mentioned hyperlinking and perhaps putting it down in your footer or putting it anywhere on your site. So what they did is they've created these pages, but they've hidden them from the menu bar. But if you want a hyperlink, you hit these three icons, and I believe it is SEO, and you would grab that URL, right? This would be your terms of use URL, and you can take this particular site. Uh, you would take this URL and you would hyperlink wherever you want this terms of use to be. Because it don't make it, the thing about WordPress, they make it very easy to find the URL of the page. But if you don't know to go through menus, hit these three dots, hit SEO, and then find your URL, then it's going to be difficult to find it unless you Google how to find URL on a Wix website. But this is how you would do it. You can also change what that URL name is right here, if you want to. And then once you hit publish, that's going to be the new URL of that particular document, which is terms of use or your privacy policy. Someone asked, can terms of use be generic? That's a great question. I always recommend, I'm not an attorney by any means. I know enough to be dangerous, but I always recommend. In the beginning, I didn't, but as I have mentors and advisors, I then got an attorney, and Ms. Deborah could attest to this as well from her side with her business. But I would always recommend going through an attorney if depending on what you're doing. For this particular podcast, getting off the ground is something that's new in business. I would just find a template, find a generic one, read through it, make sure you got the basic understanding of it, and put it on your site. I don't want to encourage anyone to go out there and spend a whole bunch of money. You know, get a generic for this particular podcast. I would find one, edit it, put my company name and whatever information I found in a template. I would go to Rocket Lawyer. I would do that 7-day free trial and kind of look through those documents. And if you like it, go ahead and subscribe. But that's what I would recommend for this podcast. But if you're someone that has a little bit more factors to your business. So for an example, you're like us, we're a software company. We have proprietary algorithms, et cetera. That's when, we need to get somebody involved that really knows the terms of use, the privacy policy to protect us as a business. But for this, if you got an idea, a consultant, a baker, just depending on what products you are selling will determine how deep you need to go when it comes to your legal paperwork. Does that make sense? Because I mention that because the scary thing about business is oh, you got to spend all this money, you got to hire lawyers, got to do this, you got to do that, and you get discouraged and you don't do it. When as you can see, that's not the case, right? That's not the case at all. But the more complex your business is, then that's when you have to get more experts involved. But this is one of them things where you jump and you learn how to fly, you know, by getting a couple bumps and bruises. But we're preventing some of those bumps and bruises right now. Okay, so I think at this stage, I mean, we have a pretty beautiful website. There's still some pieces that we need to add, like our social icons, which we got to create these pages that we can come back and add our Facebook, our Twitter, our YouTube, our Instagram, and any other social media platforms that we want to add. And then we got to add our payment processing as well. And then at that point, we're pretty much wrapped up there. Any questions? Anyone? No? Okay.
Joshua,
Yes.
I don't know if you answered Desiree's question yet. She said, can
Mhm.
terms of use be generic?
Oh yeah, that's what I was just discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. For this podcast, if for the business that we're creating right now, we would use Rocket Lawyer and find a terms of use contract and adjust it.
Okay.
But if you're a business that has a little bit, a couple of different layers to it, and I use our company as an example, we have algorithms, and given we're software, a generic terms of use is not going to work because there's some things that it may needs to cover that it doesn't, and we don't know. We don't know
Right.
that because we're just not familiar enough with it. So at that point, if you got a lot of layers, then we recommend getting an attorney involved. But for this right here, I would just use Rocket Lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah. Even as a consultant, um, I would find, Rocket Lawyer is pretty good with the terms of use, and I would find them and just tweak it to fit your business and your products. Okay. Now on to, let me give everyone just a minute or two to let this digest, and then we're gonna jump on over to PayPal because I want to make sure we got enough time on the social media. I'm gonna take my time with that one. We're jumping over to the PayPal and Stripe. Fair enough, everyone?
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and take a minute and then we'll get back to it.
Okay.
All right, we're back. We are back. Miss Deborah, where you at? I think she maybe took 2 minutes. Hello, hello. Okay. Everyone can hear me? Yeah. Oh, it is? My volume is? Let's see. What about right now? Can you hear me? All right, 1 second. Okay. No? Everyone's saying, okay, they're saying yes, they can hear me. Okay. Hold on. Back. How's that? Okay, let me check the better. I don't know. I'm seeing it on my end. Let me see here.
Joshua, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No, I'm not sure what happened here. Well, just it's really low. I'm not sure what happened.
1 second. All right. How's that?
It's better, but it's not as loud as it was initially.
Really?
Yeah. Not sure what happened.
Is this better?
It's the same.
Better?
It's the
It's the same?
Yeah, you're not as loud as you were initially when we first started.
Mm-hmm. Is this getting better?
Keep talking.
Still the same?
It's
Still the
better.
same?
Yep, it's good.
Better. All right. Okay. Perfect. I don't know how this volume got adjusted like that, but all right, we back. Okay. Better. Okay, I'll clear mine. All right, perfect. Now I saw was there some Q&As? Mine got erased it.
Yeah, someone asked a question, podcast or video vlog or both if possible. And what is the best podcasting company? I don't know if you've answered that already.
Yeah, I've answered that. Okay.
Okay. And then what are your thoughts on using LegalZoom?
I don't have any experience on LegalZoom. Someone asked that question. Yes, that's a good question. I don't have an experience using that platform, so I'm not able to give a clear assessment on that one. I don't want to just say yay or nay. But I think Naomi, if I remember correctly, had experience using it. She has some favorable things to say. Okay. A second here. All right. So what we're going to do now is 1 second here. PayPal and Stripe are pretty pretty straightforward. And I'll jump over to an old company here. All right, let me go to this screen now. All right. So this is just, this would be a Stripe, where it's pretty straightforward, as far as your Stripe in your PayPal. So for your PayPal accounts, when connecting, you would just need need your email, and you would need what they would call these API keys, which the site would give them to you. So there's your publisher key and there's your secret key. For the sake of the demo, I am showing you test demo, so it allows you to do some fake transactions just to make sure that that everything is synced up and is working correctly. It gives you like a fake credit card number, nothing like a MasterCard, but it's credit card numbers that this particular platform would recognize to be able to say, hey, everything is connected correctly. So if you're someone that's like, how do I accept payments online? You can use Stripe. or you can use PayPal. There are some payment processing fees that differs between the two. And I think let's pull them up right quick. Let me see. I believe it's like 2.7%. Okay. All right. Oh, so Ms. W, you remember you asked me, just to jump back quickly, the vector file? You there? So she got up. All right. So here are the fees. So it looks like Stripe and PayPal. Well, this particular site says they're the same. So
You asking for
2.9%.
me?
Yes. So I was just asking, remember you was talking about vector files earlier?
Yes.
So this is what I mean. So we zoomed in here
Mm-hmm.
and I got pixelated. It got
Yes.
blurry. It's because
Mm-hmm.
that's a JPEG. So ideally a vector file, we can do this and it wouldn't,
Change.
it wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
change. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so it looks like the payment fees are pretty similar here. I thought Stripe was 2.7%. Let me check. I don't know if I want to. Let me find another source and see if it says the same thing. No, okay. Yeah, all right. So yeah, there we go. All right. So yeah, it is 2.9% plus 30 cents. All right. But do understand this. When you add Stripe and PayPal as a payment gateway or a platform using to accept payments online, if you have to issue a refund, understand that they do not refund the processing fee. So as you can see right here, it says refunds, no fees returned. So they will keep the money that they made, and you would refund, whatever fees are outside of these fees that need to be refunded. So try to keep those refunds to a minimum if you can, if you are using these platforms, because if you're selling a product that's a couple $1,000s, it's 2.9% plus 30 cents could, that, uh, in the grand scheme of things, yes, it was $2,000, but still, if you got to keep refunding, that stuff starts to add up. So I would try to avoid those refunds if possible. So make sure people got a clear understanding of the product that they're buying, or that you shipped the right product, or they got what they thought they were paying for. All right. So let's go over here to Wix. And let's see here. Okay. I know the easy way for us to get there. What is this? Okay. So this is make sure customers can pay you online. All right. Let's do manage payments. So you can do by way of PayPal, and I'm pretty sure. You can do it with Wix as well. So maybe you don't have to leverage PayPal or Stripe. I don't see Stripe as an option, which is strange. It's very odd. But with Wix, so Wix has their own payment processing, which they say is recommended. But you can connect PayPal, and the reason why it's a good option is because some people have already been accepting payments via PayPal. I'm not sure why Stripe is not here, because Stripe is a very popular, sophisticated platform that a lot of businesses and big tech companies use. So let's just do a quick Google search, Wix and Stripe. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, so it says connect me. Okay. No, what is this?
It says below, can I use Stripe on Wix?
Oh, you saw that? Okay.
Yes, right there. Right, go. People also ask.
All right. So you got to go through a step-by-step process with to connect Wix. Okay, go to your accept payments tab. Okay, manual. All right, and then okay. So I guess it has to meet preferences. Oh, I'm just reading through, trying to figure out why Stripe wasn't an option. Okay, all right, here we go. So they didn't make it as plain as day. We use Stripe. I've been using Stripe for many years now. So that's why I just wanted to show you. I think Stripe is very clean. It allows you to do a lot of things, if not everything that you could think of with invoicing. I think PayPal is fine, but again, remember I shared yesterday. It's that first impression, and when you go to uh, like a Macy's or something like that, it just has pay with credit card. It doesn't say um, maybe now, but it doesn't say like pay with PayPal or pay with Google. It has pay by credit card, and in a sense of things, it shows sophistication of the business. So I just like to keep things clean, even when you pay your cell phone bill. It just has pay with add payment card or connect your bank account, etc. So I like the fact that Stripe allows it just to say pay with credit card. It doesn't say pay with Stripe. Um, so
So
if you're someone
Joshua,
that
where
wants
did you,
that,
I'm sorry,
go
where
ahead.
did you find Stripe again
Oh
on the
yeah. So when
site?
you go in, yeah. So if we go into finances and do payments, uh, where did you just go? Let's go back. So what? This is strange. I'm already on premium. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea what just happened here.
Because I know I saw it.
Yeah, we just now it's saying upgrade. I'm already a premium user. But I don't know if you guys remember how, because I have to see what is going on there. But what you would do is under Wix payments, you would click change provider is what you would select. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
everyone could see that. So what I did is under where it said use Wix as a payment processor, you would just do change provider, and then you would see Stripe pop up,
Okay.
and you would click Stripe and then connect. I don't know what just
Okay.
happened. Um, but yes, and then PayPal, same thing. So thing I do like about these platforms and WordPress is the same way, is that it allows you to click the platform that you want to connect to. So say PayPal, and then follow the prompts to connect your PayPal account, which usually involves you logging in with your email and your password and then connecting. Very
Okay.
simple with PayPal. And then with Stripe, you have to get access to this information. And every Stripe account, like I said, you would get your publishable key, which is right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would need this key, and then you would need your secret key, which you would hit reveal the secret key, and you would copy and paste that over into Wix, and then hit connect. And it's that simple.
Okay.
Like I said, with Stripe, you would want to use your test key first, and then you can get some free Stripe credit cards. Let me see. See these numbers here?
Mm-hmm.
So you can use these dummy numbers, which are connected directly to Stripe, and just go through processing the payment on your website. And then you will see that information reflect right here in your dashboard, right here. So you will see that payment on that particular day. You will see it reflect down here in your gross volume. And this makes it really easy as far as keeping your books and seeing how much money you got coming in. Somebody says Mighty Network. Who's this? This is Naomi. Also like Square. Yeah, Square is good for taking physical cards and payments. Um, Law Depot. Okay. All right, cool. So does that make sense to everyone? That payment in that Stripe is it's very straightforward. So if you're someone that's like, man, I don't know how to accept payments online, it's as simple as going to Stripe, setting up your account. And once you set up your account, it's just going to ask you what is your business name. You create your login information, just follow the steps. Same thing with PayPal. It's going to do the same exact thing. And the only thing about Stripe, again, like I said, is a little bit more complicated. With PayPal, you just need your email and password to connect it to. With Stripe, you're going to need to get access to like I said, your publishable key and then your secret key, which is in your settings. So it won't be difficult finding that. And it's that simple. Then you are connected to be able to accept payments online. Or if you're using Wix, you can just use the Wix payment processor, which at that point, just connect your bank account. The thing about Stripe and PayPal is that you can connect your bank account and you can connect the credit card. So when you want to uh, disperse those funds, they go directly to your account or it goes directly to your card, whichever one you connected. And it really is that straightforward. So let me know if that is clear to everyone uh, or not. Let me know if you have any questions. And then while we did get through this quickly, I'm going to jump over and show you how to make that vector file. Anyone? Questions?
No, I don't see any questions.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So
Oh,
let's
there is
go
a
here.
question. I'm sorry, from
Yes.
Cassandra in Q&A.
Yes.
She wanted to know, for someone starting out, how do you go about charging your worth?
That's a really, really good question. Um,
Because I know you and I've talked about your
yeah,
number of years of experience, and that for you to do things like this webinar, set up websites and all this stuff, you can do it very quickly. So people aren't charging you based on the amount of time it takes you to do it. They're charging you based on your experience
yeah.
and the amount of time it took you to learn that skill set. So would that have something to do with how you go about charging what your worth is?
Yes. Oh, man, that's a very complex topic. Um, because that's a very complex topic. I'm trying to figure out how to answer that. And I think there's no one person that has the, you know, the holy grail answer. Because it's very complex because you're faced with experiences factored in, just wanting an opportunity to showcase your talent is factored in. Um, and what I mean by that is you're just looking for somebody to take a chance on you, which at that point, charging may prevent you from getting that opportunity. So you may have to do some things for free just to showcase your talent, which is something that I did, for quite a while, just to build up my portfolio to show people what we were capable of doing. Um, then there's researching your competitors to see what they're charging, and then there's your ability to sell, um, which I eventually got good at because I had a portfolio, and me personally, I was just able to sell while I was worth that dollar amount. Um, so there's a couple of this, like, again, this is another a one size doesn't fit all topic. And another way you could look at it is, how much do you want to make per hour? So there's just so many factors that, who are you talking to? What's the organization you're talking? Are you talking to a nonprofit? Are you talking to a public institution that has, multi-million dollar budget? Um, are you trying to work, with B2C, which is business to customer, direct to consumer? Who is your target market? So there's just so many different, again, that's a whole nother workshop in itself, is how to price your product. Because there's so many factors that are involved that I can't cover in, the next 120 seconds. But for right now, if we are branding this podcast and I was running this company, the route that I would take would be to leverage my network and to build my brand and offer the product for free. Um, and perhaps build it to the point where you can sell advertisement, or I would offer it for free, but have those select people in my network that I know would draw a crowd that people would pay for. So you can kind of merge the two. And what I would charge in this digital age with live streaming, um, I would charge maybe anywhere from $10 to $20 for a live stream ticket, right? For this particular podcast, based on my clientele right now, because I know the information they're going to bring is valuable. I know they're going to bring a following, and I think $10 to $20, given the pandemic and people's circumstance, the value that we're talking about, they could perhaps find that 10 to 20 budget to be feasible to pay for. So that's what I would do. As an agency, if you were going out, you can charge in that arena of a blended rate, 135 to 150 an hour. If you were diving into this particular sector, and you can kind of manage it that way. Um, so it just depends on, there's just so many different factors that go in to really say, how do you correctly price your product without knowing who are we trying to sell it to? What is the product? How long have you been doing it? What is your portfolio? How well is your ability to sell? Can you sell it? Um, And then from there, we can figure out what, how we're going to move forward. So I'm sorry, it's not just a direct answer, because there's no way to just directly answer that without having some pieces of information to make sure I'm leading you in the right direction. Ms. Deborah, does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I agree
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, and I see that formula, again, people say experience plus time equals, and that is correct. But, again, if you're depending on who's on that receiving end, like I said, you may have to do some things for free just to show what you got. And in entrepreneurship, that's the game. You got to be willing to sometimes just want people to give you a shot, and if you're focused too much on, well, I'm not doing nothing for free, then you may miss your opportunity. Because I remember 2015, I was doing free boot camps over at Withrow High School. I went to Uptown Tire Company, and I ended up meeting the owner, and he gave me a bunch of tires for free, like old tractor tires, because I was doing a fitness boot camp, and I didn't have no pickup truck, so he even delivered the tires for me. He saw me as a hungry entrepreneur. This is 2015. I don't know if anybody know what Uptown Tires, where they're located. And I was over at Withrow High School, and this is back, they was doing Pop Warner, so it was hot. You had a bunch of little league football players on the team, and I would find an empty space over in the corner, and I started doing free boot camps. And I think I had like 15 people the first time, and I went and had some T-shirts printed up with Operation Driven on it. Gave out the T-shirts, said, hey, if you wouldn't mind, wear the T-shirts to the boot camp or wear them out and about when you're in the gym. And then I ended up meeting the principal, Principal Jeff Hall. At that time, he was the principal of Frederick Douglass Elementary. And he let me use their gym because their gym wasn't occupied. It's an elementary school. They had a whole basketball gym. So it wasn't being used, but for gym class. So I was like, hey, would you mind if I use it Wednesday nights and Saturday mornings? And I pay, I get a guy to open the door, a little something to put in his pocket. So yeah, so I ended up doing free boot camps there. Now we can do year round because we're indoors. Because when I was the football field, when it got cold, nobody wanted to come to boot camp. So now I went from having a group of 15 people to now I got people that work at Children's Hospital. I got people that work for Buckeye Health. I got people that work at P&G, people that work at PNC. Everybody coming to the Operation Driven Boot Camp with Josh Reed. And I was doing it for free. But the thing is, I had all these people working at these companies that I was trying to do business with. And, one thing led to another. I ended up getting a deal with Procter & Gamble. I got a big deal with Children's Hospital, but the thing is, if I didn't do it for free, it wouldn't have led to those opportunities that it did. So you just got to figure out your industry. And like I said, sometimes you just need to get a shot so people can see what you do. They can see your product. They can see you as the business owner to get those opportunities. So, and the thing is that I always recorded everything. So I got the videos, I got the pictures. When I got the check, I ended up getting a deal with Cincinnati Public Schools with Frederick Douglass, which is our first school. And I had the check before I had the business bank account, and I recorded, me going in the PNC Bank down on 5th Street saying, hey, I got the check in it, but it's made out to the company, so I can't cash it yet because I don't got a business checking account in the company's name. And at that time, I was so broke. I said, hey, can I cash the check and then deposit it so I can get the money right away? And it was like, unfortunately, it's a new bank account. So I was like, okay, I could wait 24 hours. But, so it just all depends on what you're willing to do to showcase what your talent or what your products are. Okay. So let me just update this here. Okay. Let's jump over to Illustrator right quick. And okay. So now this is this is going off. I just saw some comments and about some interest in how do you change a logo from a JPEG or a PNG to a vector file. So this right here is a vector file. And the reason why you can't see, because remember we turned those letters to white. So if you look at the website, remember we changed the logo to white right there. Remember? All right.
Yes,
So now
we
we're good.
remember.
Okay, perfect. So now what vector allows you to do is it turns everything, it pretty much automizes every shape and every icon in your logo. So, we can click this ring and change the color of that ring to, to purple or something like that. All right. So now this is what we want to do. Let's go back to the website and let's find a logo. Let's do PayPal's logo. Do Stripe. All right. So save image as, downloads, Stripe logo. Okay. Everyone paying attention? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open that file. It's awfully small. Let's open it again. What's going on? All right, there we go. So let's just bring this down a little bit so it could fit into this white space here. All right. Okay. So now the first thing you're going to do is you're going to click the logo. You go to Window. Now, again, we're in Adobe Illustrator. Okay. So I'm covering this because I saw some comments that you wanted to learn how to change a logo to a vector file. Now, the more complex the logo, the longer the processing going to take. When I say longer, I mean it may take another 30 seconds, not 30 minutes. So what you're going to do is going to click the logo. Again, I'm using Adobe Illustrator. And you can go to Window and you go to Image Trace. Now, if your logo is black and white, then you would change this mode here. It's a little tiny, maybe on your screen. You're going to change mode to black, from black and white to color. Okay. You're going to hit Trace. All right. So now, after that, you're going to go to Object. See how I traced it? Now you're going to go to Object. Okay. And then you're going to go to Image Trace here. And you're going to go to Expand. and your logo is now vectorized. See, I can click each individual letter. So now I could change this to green, right? So everything has been vectorized. Now, you can save it as a vector file. So how easy that. So there's people that would charge you a lot of money to do what I just showed you how to do. You now have a vector file. So this is the file that you would take if you're working with a t-shirt company. They're going to ask you, do you have the vector art of your logo? And now you either say yes or you say no. And if you say no, they can say, we'll convert it to a vector file for you, but it's going to cost you $200. And in your mind, you don't know what goes into doing that. So you say, okay. But this is exactly what happens. So now what you want to do is you would go to File, Save As, and you would save it as a .ai file or .eps. These are both vector files. But if it's something that you want to put on your website, like what we just built, you would save it as a SVG. Okay. So you don't want to do PNG file. Let's do SVG. Let's go to desktop. Let's put it here. Save. Hit OK. So let me show you what happens when you try to upload on Wix as a vector. So now if we go here, so if we go to upload media, upload the vector file. See, there's our vector file.svg. Now, if we go, and then let me show you what's going to happen. Let's go to X out of this. So let's just pretend for a second. See how it says vector art? So this says vector art when I hover over it. So if I click this, change vector art. If I click that, it doesn't let me, it says only vector art can be chosen. Because that's not a vector file. This is a .png. This is a .svg. So if I click that, it lets me add to page. So I click stripe, it's going to let me add to page. Right? So now you see the stripe. But here's the thing. When it vectorized the image, it even vectorized the background. So the background, which is white. All right. So let's undo this. And we're going to go back to Illustrator.
What are you doing now, Joshua?
Taking the background off. 1 second. Okay. So I just deleted the background.
So then you just have the letters?
So now you just got the letters. Yeah. So we go to do the same thing, export as SVG, put it there, vector logo, do no background. Second.
Someone
So you
asked,
come back
Kelly
here.
asks, Kelly says Adobe is expensive. Is there another software to do vector files?
Yeah. As I shared before, there's other websites that that would do it for you. And let's just do a quick Google check. So I just wanted to show you quickly in case that's just how we do the vector file. Let me see. Convert over to vector free. All right, so here's one, Vector Magic. Now I'm not familiar. I just know they exist. I'm not familiar with it, but some of them let's try this one. This is automatic convert JPEG. All right, let's try it. Okay. So now it says download result. Let's see what happens. SVG. See, that's what they get you. They do that. I thought it was free.
$295.
Yeah, but see, I mean, that's what they get you. You say, yeah, vectorize free, but you got to pay to download it. So, quick play on words that they did there. That was clever, but so I guess you could use this and pay, for pay $10 pretty much, pay $10 to get it, and you probably would cancel your subscription. But Adobe, we do have several workshops that we do on that. We have a workshop on Adobe Premiere Pro. We do a workshop on I think that's the only one we do in Adobe, right, Ms. Deborah?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
I think that's the only workshop we do with Adobe is Premiere Pro, I think, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we can do one in Illustrator. I mean, if there's anyone that wants to do, absolutely, Doc. Absolutely. So, but Adobe does have Adobe Cloud, which is a subscription. I think it's like $40 a month, where you can get access to every Adobe platform for $40 a month. To where that's the same amount, I think, as Canva. But again, Adobe is way more advanced. It requires many more hours and tutorials and trial and error to really understand and get comfortable with that platform. But it is extremely powerful. Many Hollywood films are edited with Premiere Pro and After Effects. It just there's majors on Adobe Photoshop, graphic designers, etc. That's for another day. I just wanted to take this quick left to show you how to turn your logo into a vector in case you need to do it. And Adobe Illustrator is the platform that I use to do that. You saw it took no more than 3 minutes and we were done. So when you get to Wix, understand that your logo 9 out of 10 is a vector art format. So you need to have the vector file of it. Then it allows you to edit every piece of it. In the file, yeah, so I see Dr. Camille is interested. So we could perhaps do a workshop in Illustrator. And that's even great for just designing. Adobe InDesign is another spinoff of Illustrator, where it's good for if you're making like digital magazines and stuff like that. And there's some good templates out there that you could start with. And I've done a lot in Adobe InDesign and Illustrator to where we can perhaps put together a workshop and webinar for you on that one as well. I've designed a lot of digital virtual magazines for nonprofit organizations to where they're selling advertisement. We manage the advertisement. So I have a lot of experience in doing that. Okay. So let's go to the checklist. Let's keep this train moving. It's almost 12 o'clock, almost lunchtime. Business email setup. Okay. Oh, let's quickly go through the SSL certificate. So there's two routes you can take with your SSL. So you see here, you see that lock? That is next to the browser. So the editor.wix.com, there's a lock there. So that tells you that your connection is secure. Now, if you go to a site, let's go to Backyard Panda. Turn that off. It says not secure. So that means the SSL certificate is either not installed or it is expired. Either way, the end user, it says that this website isn't secure. So you're taking a gamble if you use your credit card information on that particular website, especially if you don't know who's behind it and you don't 100% trust them. So the SSL certificate lets the end user know that if they're buying a product or giving you any personal or credit card information, that information is encrypted. So in case that site is hacked, those 16-digit numbers are encrypted, which means they're jumbled up into a bunch of different characters that don't make sense on the back end of the site. So your personal information can't get stolen. So there's a way that you can do this. And in our WordPress webinar, I take you step by step through how to install that SSL certificate. Wix, with your membership, brings that SSL certificate, just like with the hosting. GoDaddy is different. Again, the reason why we're using Wix today is because it saves you a lot of money and allows you to get going and hit the payment running. With GoDaddy, you have to buy the domain name, buy the hosting, buy the SSL certificate, buy the theme. There's a lot of things that you have to purchase. But in the event that you are interested in WordPress or you're already using it, you simply go to GoDaddy.com, and I believe it's $79 to purchase it. So I hit the wrong one. For the year, they are yearly, and you can buy multiple years. And so you could protect, so $79 a year on sale for 20% off, so $64. Secures one domain. If you're someone that has multiple websites, then you may want to consider upgrading to one of these different tiers. Well, for today, you would simply buy your SSL certificate, right? Once you purchase it, you will see it underneath your products. So you may go to my products, you will see it there. But here you can see manage SSL certificates. Right. And here it shows you, so these are my two primary domains that I have SSL certificates for. And so in the event that you have a site that you're managing, then you would connect that particular SSL certificate to that site. So if we was to buy an SSL certificate right now, you would see that SSL certificate purchased here. Then it would say assigned to a website. Then you would click that website, the domain name that you own, and you would click assign. The thing is, there's some steps that you would have to follow with GoDaddy. But WordPress has a plugin called Really Simple SSL. So, and this is what, and we're going to go through that when we do the WordPress plugin, but I want to explain it for today's sake, just in case you're like, I'm familiar with Wix. I want to jump on over to the WordPress land. So really simple SSL does all of the work that you would have to do on GoDaddy.com's website. But you have to have bought an SSL certificate on GoDaddy. You would simply buy the SSL certificate on GoDaddy, go to the back end of your WordPress, and you would install this plugin. Everybody know WordPress is built on a bunch of plugins. You would install really simple SSL, and you would then, it would pick up that domain name that SSL certificate has been assigned to the domain name that you downloaded this plugin on. So something happens on the back end, but they recognize each other and they connect in a matter of, 4 to 5 minutes. Your site SSL certificate has kicked in. And now when you visit it, it will no longer say not secure. It would have this lock. But again, make sure you attend our WordPress. It is a 2-day webinar. We do the same thing. We get a little bit more fancier because WordPress is more advanced, but we do the same thing that we did today and yesterday, and we design a website from scratch. I'll show you all the tips and tricks, all the mandatory plugins that you need to have to ensure that your website is running very smooth. We walk through how to buy hosting, how to buy the SSL certificate, go through everything from A to Z. Fortunately, with Wix, you don't have to do all of that because it comes with your membership. But on WordPress, again, it requires a little bit more experience, and we'll walk through that in that workshop.
Perfect.
Any questions there on your SSL certificate? No? Either we're explaining this really good or y'all are really quiet or the coffee's worn off. Let us know either way.
Oh, Camille wants to know, can someone fake the lock?
No. No, that is, this lock and everything goes to security by way of the internet. So there's no one that can manipulate the system to fake this particular lock. Your SSL certificate has to be assigned from somewhere, HostGator, GoDaddy, Wix, Bluehost. It has to be assigned, by way of one of these major internet platforms that connects your website to the world. Someone asked, when is that workshop? So Miss Deborah, you want to speak to that question?
Okay, we are working on our schedule for 2021. So I have everyone's email that has participated today and signed up for the boot camp. I'll make sure that that information gets out to you once we have confirmed what those dates will be.
Okay. Oh, this is for the next topic. Okay, so we got one more thing to do, and I believe that was the emails. So let's go through here. Let's save. Nope. So now we have your business email. And, once again, they make it very simple to buy. GoDaddy, I like jumping between back and forth because, again, everyone is familiar, maybe a little familiar with both. But they do make buying a domain name fairly easy and straightforward. Because, for example, on GoDaddy, when you buy a domain name, let me just go to it. So, you would buy your domain name and it would go through the process of you buy one, then it would say select which domain you want to assign it to. You select the domain, and then you say, okay, select what you want the first part of the email to be, say jreed@info.com. You type jreed, and then you hit okay, and that's it. It's very clean and straightforward. But it does cost, which is, or either people are not aware of it and think it may be a little bit more complicated than it is, so they don't do it, or think they don't need it. But I would definitely recommend. So it says get a mailbox. So let's get a mailbox for managing Golden Age. Now remember, in order to get your email in your business thing, oh, absolutely. Thank you, Simone. Absolutely. In order to get a domain name for your business, you need to have already purchased the domain name. So you can't get an email, you can't get jreed@companyname.com if you haven't purchased company name, right? So you got to make sure that you bought the domain name, and then you can get an email with that domain name in it. So you see where it says backyardpanda@mydomain.com. So you need to have purchased your domain. So since yesterday we actually bought Managing Golden Age, you can click that.
Now, Joshua, managing Golden Age, did that just appear in GoDaddy, or did you have to add it to it? I missed that part.
No, it just appeared.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So remember we bought the domain name in Wix.
Right.
But it will work the same in GoDaddy. So if I bought the domain name in GoDaddy, it's going to work the same exact way. You're going to buy the domain name, and then you're going to click which website you want to assign that email to.
Okay.
So in this sense, yeah. So we bought it in Wix. So when we click get a mailbox, these are the two domain names we have under this account. So we want to get one for Managing Golden Age. You see, GoDaddy works the same exact way. We would type, let's do jreed@Managing Golden Age. And you would hit next. Let me just do this. Let's do and back. And then you would pay for a subscription, and you would hit next, and that's it. And at that point, so it takes a couple of minutes for the system to recognize and it's okay, this email is ready for usage. 99% of the time, they send you an email notifying you that the email is ready to be used. And at that point, you can go into Outlook or any email provider platform that you're using and add that particular domain name to your Outlook calendar so you can start receiving and sending emails by way of Outlook. But you can also, given this is Wix, you can also receive those emails and send those emails by way of Wix as well. So to get your business domain name, you don't know what you don't know. In your mind, it may have been really complicated. And to those who do not know, it is complicated. But we just walked you through very straightforward on how you can get your email for your company and remove the @Gmail or @Yahoo or @MSN. It can be @yourcompany.com. Was that clear to everyone? All right, perfect. So you said Outlook, but would that work in Gmail? Are you saying can you add a professional email and recognize it in Gmail like an Outlook? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I've never done that. I've always went through Outlook, but let's check. Let me see. Add. Okay. So it says how to set up your business email. Yeah, it looks like you can do it. It's quite a few steps to do it. But Outlook, you just put your email um, in your password, and that's it. Gmail is a few more steps, but yeah, it looks like you can do it. Yeah, and don't get discouraged by these fancy acronyms. It's when you're adding this information, you'll see SMTP, so you'll see all this stuff pop up. So don't get it's a lot of steps, but honestly, um, all this stuff is easily identified and highlighted when you're trying to connect it to Gmail. So everything is pretty clear. So don't get discouraged by all these fancy acronyms and 587s and all of that stuff. So they're just giving you numbers that you need to punch in these designated areas. But yeah, so you can do it. Yeah, so I see both are run through G Suite, so why not buy direct through G Suite? Um, Again, Wix, for those that are not familiar, and tech savvy on G Suite, having say for an example, we bought the domain name in GoDaddy, we built the website on Wix, and we got the email through G Suite. Is a lot of moving pieces there. So my recommendation is, if you're getting started, I would just host everything under one. I would just do everything in this sense through Wix. And that way, when you log into Wix, you're getting access to everything. Now, I have stuff on GoDaddy connected to Wix, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. But the thing is, I am versed in this, so I don't get lost too often. But I would say, if you're just starting out, just keep it simple and keep everything under one roof for now. And then when you want to kind of expand it out, then you can get a little bit more fancy and have places and have these widgets in different areas. But for now, I would just do it. I would just do it directly through Wix. Um, Thoughts on using places like Shopify? I think Shopify is great. I think Shopify is great. Those who have products, it allows you to get those products broadcast to the world, and I think Shopify is fine. They have templates and themes that you can use. So, if you're someone that has been thinking about Shopify, again, a lot of these platforms work very similar. Even if you was to jump over to Squarespace, Squarespace, if I had to pick between Wix and Squarespace, depending on what you're looking for, I guess I should say. Let me take that back. Depending on what you're looking for, Squarespace has its pros, over Wix. But I think Shopify is definitely great for those who have those e-commerce businesses with products that they want to distribute, drop shipping availability, etc. So I think Shopify is fine, but you will see a lot of similarities. So you could pretty much take this Wix tutorial and it could cross over to Squarespace. Again, just figuring out what those buttons and those features are, but a lot of it is the same. The same for Weebly as well. So a lot of this stuff kind of cross populates with these different platforms. All right. So everyone said that they were clear on the email. So we can go ahead and check this box. And do SSL, which means that is done. So now what's left is the Facebook business page. And I have a workbook. We're like 4 minutes ahead of schedule. Like, we're right on point here. We're right on point. So let me pull up this workbook. I have this workbook that we put together. Okay. Now that we are let's take a minute. Let's take a minute. Let me let your brains cool off. I don't want the engine to overheat. Okay. Let's take 60 seconds before we go into this new round, because we're going to close the day with, now that we got our business done, right? We filed the LLC. We got our business email set up. We got our payment processing in place. We what else? We got our logo design. The business is ready to go. We're ready to go to market, right? So we are now, yesterday was 6 hours total, 1 hour for lunch, so 5 hours of work time. It's now almost 11:30. We've been working for going on 2.5 hours. So that's 7.5 hours of actual work. And we have built an entire podcast company. It's 7.5 hours. Now, how many people told you need to work on, your plan for the next 60 days and then come back and start your business? By then, it's already too late, right? 7.5 hours, we just started a brand new company. Now, we want to spend the next couple of hours putting together how we're going to broadcast. Given this is podcast, which means we're going to have to really rely on social media marketing. So I'm going to let your brains cool off for 60 seconds, and then we're going to jump back in. I got a workbook that I want you guys to work on. We're going to walk through it together, and you're going to work through this during the lunch break, which would be 12 to 12:45. And we'll come back and start fleshing this out. We're going to create the Facebook. We're going to create the LinkedIn page and the Instagram. And at that point, we're ready to broadcast this thing to the world. So take 60 seconds. If you have any questions, come back with those questions. And we're almost at the finish line. Ms. Deborah, you have anything?
No, you're doing great. Thank you so much for facilitating this. Truly appreciate you.
Okay. See you in a minute. All right, we're back. Let me see. Don't worry. I'm on. Okay. Slow again. All right, 1 second. I have no idea why that keeps happening. What about now? Test, test, test. Still low? Once again, Ms. Deborah taking them long breaks. 60 seconds.
Joshua, your sound is low again.
It is? Okay.
We can't hear you.
Be back.
Everyone, thank you for your patience.
All right. How's that?
Still can't hear you.
How about now?
No, can't hear you. Can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we good?
Yes, we're good.
All right. I think I see what's happening. Somebody raised their hand. Yes, Simone. So Desiree said, I'm glad we're going over social media part. Too scared to post, but I really think it's because I don't have a social marketing plan. We got you. Don't worry. Actually, we got two things for you today.
Influ.
Yeah. So and we're actually going to give everyone free access to use the beta version as well. So you don't have to worry about paying for it. So I'm the founder of a tech company called Influ. We're headquartered downtown Cincinnati. And we've been able to automate social marketing, social media marketing. And we've been developing a more enhanced platform for the last 5 months. We have a beta version where we've been able to automate content for over 51 different industries. By the end of this development, it should be double that. And so part of today is we're going to allow everyone here to sign up for free to be part of that first initial group of 300. We have 300 users that are going to be using the beta version, which takes care of all of this. So it's automated, the marketing plan. It goes out and finds content and writes the captions for you. One second.
Hold on, everyone. Having some technical difficulties. Yes, I'm pretty sure you can get a copy, but when Joshua gets back on, we can definitely ask him that question.
Yeah. So, so what I was saying is we're going to send a link to everybody. You guys can sign up. We also have a Facebook community that we're building out. So you'll be the first in that. And so every week we're going to be having webinars on how to better attack via social media marketing. So there's nothing you have to pay for. But yeah, I'll send out that link. Actually, over lunch, you can sign up over lunch if you would like to. And I heard the question on where we'll be sharing this document. Yes, so you would get the document as well, so you can walk through. That is part of your exercise for lunch as well. So let me go ahead and do that right now. Oh, we appreciate the feedback as well. So, and we got to shout out. We got to thank Ms. Deborah and Impact for making this workshop possible. Because without them, this workshop wouldn't be possible. So we want to say thank you, Ms. Deborah.
Everyone's welcome. Thank you for participating. We wouldn't have an impact if it wasn't for business owners. So thank you.
So now I see. Now Zoom used to have it where I could upload documents.
You mean
But
while we're on the screen?
Yeah, but I can do this too. I'm gonna share the link to the document, and everyone that gets this link, make sure that you download and work on this over the lunch break. Let's see, anyone with this link. Copy
Now, is this link coming out of your documents? Are we going to be able to do that, Joshua?
Oh yeah, the link that you get will let you download the document to your computer. So I just put it in the chat for everyone.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I just sent it to you. So I just sent it to everyone. So that's the link to download the document. Then I'm gonna send you the link so you can, when we launch the new beta software, you get the email so you can download and use it all you want. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So we've been able to automate for all three platforms. So let me put that in here as well.
Did everybody get it and download your document?
Download complete. All right, here is the link for beta software. So I just put the link for the beta software in the chat as well. Make sure I think it's like 45-second sign up, just put your name, email address. And so we can send you your login information once it launch. And so the whole point, our target market, it is for small business and nonprofit. So saves you a lot of hours of work. And there's been a lot of articles and news stories on our platform as well. So you can check that out. But we're gonna let you guys use it for free. We don't need your credit card information, anything. Just sign up, you get an email with the download link, and then give us feedback. Let us know what you think. So let's quickly walk through where everyone is going through their homework for lunch. So you got 2 links that you need to complete.
Now we do want you all to eat, get some nourishment.
This is boot camp, you got to be able to multitask. Oh, let me bring up the document. Okay. All right. So here for our podcast business that we collectively created, so we all get a % ownership in managing Golden Age. So we're going to walk through how to identify your target customers, your social media goals, your budget and your resources, a competitive analysis, and then the social media tactical plan and recommendations. That's just a fancy way of saying, okay, how are we going to execute this plan based on this information above and that action plan? Let me just change this to single page. Okay. All right. So here it does a really good job at just kind of defining, what does this mean? What does your target customer mean? So here's this buyer info. So positions, their age, their gender, their pain points, the social networks. So the thing about social media marketing and advertising is that you can get directly to, your target market and your target customer by way of social media advertising and target marketing here. So to make this easier, so you're not having to keep thinking about it and remember it every single time, I want you to just take a stab at identifying, writing down who you think your target market is for your particular business. Okay. And then we're going to go through, okay, what are your social media goals? And here's an example. What do we mean? So goal number 1 example, build an active presence for law firm. I think I just saw someone put a law firm in the chat. On LinkedIn to increase top of mind awareness with referral sources, ultimately producing 5 leads in 2017. So, so you can take this as an example, and I want you to put down what your social media goal would be for your particular company or idea, whatever that may be. And then we're going to go through your budget and resources. Again, here's another example. This is just an example. You don't need to have $5,000 on Facebook to be successful. As long as you have a well-defined plan and target market, you can be quite successful with, $50 here, $100 there. Yes, $20 will get you awareness, but to actually get some leads and to get some true testing and pre and post assessments, 50 to 100 bucks can get you very far. So build out that social media budget. And again, keep in mind, you don't have to be everywhere, right? So depending on if you're trying to do this yourself, it's going to be a little bit more time consuming versus leveraging, platforms, one that's similar to like ours, which automates all this stuff for you. But I want you to get how it all works, because it'll make you much more effective when you use other software and resources that allows you to eliminate having to do a lot of this on your own. But I want to teach you how this works, and that way you're much more effective. And here we're going to do a competitive analysis. And what this means is you're going to look at, 3 competitors that are in your space. You're going to go to their Facebook, their Twitter, and Instagram, go to each of their social media platforms, and you're going to write down, what do you see? And this is going to help us identify uh, what they do, how they do it, how often they do it. And then for us, how can we do it better? And this is what this is going to help you identify and just kind of put it right in front of you. Another thing, again, self-explanatory, right? Your social media tactical plan and recommendations, your target customer, and then how are you going to execute it? And I did mention, I don't think I finished the thought. You don't have to be everywhere. Let's focus on Facebook, LinkedIn, and potentially Instagram. Now, if we have people here are journalists, then you may want to focus on Twitter or blogging. But for this particular exercise, if you are, then replace Instagram with Twitter. But for the most part, let's focus on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. If you are a blogger or a journalist or someone that does a lot of shorthand messaging, then replace Instagram with Twitter. Another go sheet. And then here's that action plan in your to-do list. This does a lot of the work for you, but I still want you to walk through this. So actions that need to be taken on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. So this kind of breaks down, the amount of effort you're going to have to put in to actually be successful. And what I want to mention with social media is that social media marketing is a marathon, it's not a sprint. If you want to sprint, then you must have a large marketing budget. And what I mean by that is you can invest, $5,000 into running a Facebook social media campaign. You can accomplish a lot more than trying to build it organically. But that's not a common case across small business. And so what I want to focus on is, how do you build a successful plan uh, organically? And the more strategic and the more defined that you can put this plan, this workbook that we sent to you, then you could be, twice as effective as you would, or 10 times as effective as you would without it. You don't have to spend $5,000, but you have to be consistent and you have to be doing great work consistently along the way. And this is going to allow you to do that. So just walk through this action plan for each platform. You see, this is blogging. This is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I repeat, if you are in journalism or shorthand messaging or news and broadcasting, then replace Instagram with Twitter. Focus more on that Twitter aspect there. And that is it for this workbook. So that's 10 pages. So something to flip through and work through. Over lunch, I don't expect you to complete this in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But try to get as much of it done as you can. And honestly, this is fun. This is that marketing part where you can really get all those ideas and marketing ideas outside of your head. So let me jump over to the chat. Do I need a Facebook account to participate this afternoon? Is Twitter, Instagram account okay? No, you don't need to have any of these accounts already currently activated. I'm going to walk you through how to activate the account. And if it's something that you need to do later, you can always refer back to this tutorial and just listen to me explain it again and do it on your own time and own speed. So to participate, you don't need to have any of these accounts already set up, because I want to show you how to do it anyway. I'm just going through the chat. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. Any questions? Any questions here in the chat? We're almost, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But any questions? Was everyone able to download and click the links, the 2 links I shared in the chat? Did it work for everybody? Okay, someone say yes. If so, just put Y yes in the chat, or just put a Y if if you're someone that don't like to type too often. I see we got some consistent people engaging. For those that are you're kind of like I don't mess with the keyboard. I don't do the typing thing. Just put the Y and that'll let us know. Someone says, as an already established business, this marketing session is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, thanks, Julie. Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun with this part. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So it looks like no one had any problems with the links I shared in the chat. Miss Deborah, do you have anything that you would like to add or recommend or suggest, or is everything copacetic?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Like she stepped out.
No, I think
What you
everything is
doing over
going
there?
well. I'm still here. I'm still present. No, I think everything's going well. Thank you, Joshua. And it looks like we're getting some good feedback from the participants. So appreciate that as well. Appreciate everyone showing up today. So thank you again for that.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and give you got an extra 10 minutes here. So we're gonna all reconvene back at 12:45. Make sure you come back because this next part is very important. Again, we've got the business ready to rock and roll, and now we need to identify how we're gonna market this business and get this out to the world. So I'm gonna quickly, when we get back, quickly run through how to create your Facebook page, how to create your LinkedIn page, and how to create um, perhaps like an Instagram or Twitter, but you need your phone to connect on those platforms. So, but yeah, this is gonna be fun. So I'm gonna walk you through it. Don't worry about quickly setting up a page. You don't need to do that right now. Just read through this workbook and try to get through as much of it as you can, and we'll be back at 12:45. Okay. All right. See you guys shortly.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are waiting for Joshua. Let me find out where he is.
Your call has been forwarded to it.
Hello, where are you? We're all on.
Hey, I don't know why.
Okay, everyone. Joshua's having some technical problems. He is in the process of working them out. Oh, looks like he's here.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. How you feeling? How was lunch? Put in the chat box. Let me know. Do you got the garlic on your breath, or is it, did you go with the soup? Let me open up the chat. See panelists. Okay. Belly full and ready to. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. So let's get to it. We have 2 hours. We're going to be very focused, very intense over this next hour. Okay. So first things first, let me shift screens. How did everyone do with their workbooks? Did you at least read through it? Got a clear understanding what direction you want to go in? Let me see. Yes, it's helpful. I finished the deposition, fed the dog, and research. Okay. All right. Was not able to look through it at Aaron. Okay. Fought my printer. I'm old school and need paper. Okay. All right. Fair enough. So now we're going to jump on over to Facebook. Now, Facebook has done a lot of changes. So it used to be, I do like the changes with Facebook, but like where things are now are just a little bit different as far as how do you create a page. So now to create a business page, you would hit that plus sign, right? And then you would click what you want to create, a page. You could do a group, yada, yada, yada. Okay. And before we do this, let's just kind of do a quick refresher so everyone know where we are, what we're going to be doing right now. I got so many icons on here. 1 second. No, I think is it here? No. All right, here we go. Okay. So we're down at the finish line. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? So we went through developing everything for the business, legal organization, website design, website hosting, payment processing setup, business email setup. Now we're going to be doing a social media setup and connection. All right. So we're going to go through the Facebook business page first. And creating a Facebook business page, once you figure out how to start that, it's fairly straightforward to do. Once you hit the plus button and create page. Now, in order to create a Facebook business page, you do need to have a Facebook account. Like you have to sign up on Facebook with a personal page in order to create a Facebook business page. Okay. Same thing on Instagram. In order to have an Instagram business account, you need to have a Facebook business page for that Instagram business account to connect to. LinkedIn, you need to have a personal account in order to create a LinkedIn business page as well. So the same is across the board. Okay. So here it says page name is required. So we would simply do managing golden age. Category. Let's do podcast. So you can type it in. You get some recommendations. We can take the description. Let's go to our page. Okay. So this is what we all built together. Yes, great question. So Facebook, all the social media platforms are free to make those accounts. So you don't have to pay to do it. We came up with a pretty good description on what our podcast is about. So we can take this and just copy and paste that on over to Facebook. If you don't have a description yet, you can always fill this in later. Since we already have it, let's go ahead and move forward. Create page.
Simone has raised her hand. I'm not sure.
Didn't see how I got to. Okay, so let me just run through how I got to here. So if you go to Facebook, I'm going to assume you already have a Facebook account. In order to create your business page, you're going to click this plus sign right here. And then you're going to hit page. And then it's going to take you to this screen. So that's how you get to the screen to create your business page on Facebook. All right. So now we're at a point where you can add a profile picture. So I would recommend, if you are a company, your profile picture, I would recommend making it your logo. And then you can add a cover photo, and your cover photo, could be an image that represents your company, your brand, or what you do. You can add your value proposition. Your value proposition is basically, what separates you from your competitors. So what are those key features of your company? Have 3 to 4 points that you can bullet point out that directly lets us know, okay, this is what this company is about. And this is why they're better than another company that does the same exact thing as them. So in that sense, let's just go ahead and quickly create this profile image and this cover photo. And we're going to jump back over to the platform that at this point, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with. And we're going to create our profile image. Another thing, another point to add, if you're a consultant or someone that works one-on-one with clients and customers, then maybe add a nice professional headshot in place of your logo on your business page, like a solopreneur, and you are the product, or a public speaker, etc. Then adding a nice professional headshot or an image that represents your character, your brand of yourself, you could put that in place of the profile picture. So I wouldn't put that logo. I would put you, given that you are the product. So let's just go here. Let's create a quick logo. So again. Let's do. I think this was blue. There we go. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller so to fit right in. So to fit right into this circle. Download. Don't need to do that. Go here. And now we have our logo there.
Joshua, can you just verbally walk us through why you're doing it so we all know? Because I don't think the recording is, so people can hear and see when they look at the recording.
Yeah. So right now we're adding your logo to your business page. So a potential customer can know they're on the correct page, and then we're going to add a cover photo that's going to highlight your value proposition, or a photo that just represents your brand. Maybe I saw we have someone that wants to start a cleaning company, then you can have a cover photo that represents, maybe some before and after images of your cleaning business, or represents your greatest accomplishment as far as a property that from start to finish. If you're someone that's a consultant or maybe an attorney, you have several competitors, what's your value proposition? Maybe you can bullet that out, in your cover photo. And that way, when I go to your Facebook page, I get an idea exactly of what your product or service is without having to go through all the about section and info, etc. Now, as I shared, if you are a company and, you're building the brand is the business and not necessarily you, the CEO and the founder, then here I would put your logo of your company. But if you, the CEO or founder, you're also the product, meaning maybe you're a public speaker, maybe you're a personal trainer, you're an attorney, private practice, then I would put a professional headshot in place of your profile images as opposed to this logo, which I put here. Or, if it's not a headshot, say for an example, your personal trainer, maybe a photo that represents you and your style of teaching fitness or whatnot. Maybe your yoga, maybe you put yourself in a yoga position or something like that. So there's something that's a reflection of your brand and or your product. So that's why we're doing this right here. So when someone goes to this Facebook page, they know they're in the right place. And how I created this profile image is I use Canva, which, we've been using Canva throughout the entire process. And now we're going to create a Facebook cover page. And Canva makes it easy because you can go here and they have a template for it. So, you got the correct dimension. So create design. Let's type in Facebook cover. And it already has the right dimensions. Okay. And it even gives us templates here. So let's see if there's a podcast template. Doesn't look like it. So we're going to make our own.
Joshua, I have a question. So your
Mhm.
Facebook cover would not be the same picture as it is on your website, the gentleman?
You can. In this sense, we are. It doesn't have to be the same. Where's it
Okay.
at? Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be this image. It could be something totally different. But in this sense, like if I would have found a podcast template,
Mhm.
I would have used that image, right? Say for example, this piece right here. If this is a podcast template, I probably would have used him. Well, I would have used a different image, but it doesn't necessarily need to be exactly like your website, because a lot of people use the cover image to share launch dates or Christmas holiday sales. So when someone comes to your Facebook page, they immediately see, oh, this particular company has a sale going on, right?
Okay. Mhm.
So this can be used in many different ways. You can also put a video on your Facebook cover, a looping video if you're a musician. So you can get very creative, and this doesn't always have to be the same. You can update this seasonally, or if your company changed, you can use this as an immediate announcement, because when you go to a Facebook page, this is the first thing you see is that cover photo aside from the profile image, which is much smaller. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. If you have a personal Facebook account, could you or should you just add a Facebook page for your business? If you have a personal Facebook account, well, in order to have a Facebook page, you need to have a personal account. But no one, when you're posting on that business page, unless they know you're behind it, then the two will be completely separate. Um, so don't worry about. Let me use an example. If it's a page where you're promoting content that you don't want people know you're behind, uh, there is a privacy setting behind that business to where they won't know the personal page behind it. Um, Given the topic that you're talking about, I think there are some categories, like if you're politics or something like that, or if you're promoting something where um, Facebook, given a privacy policy, you're in an industry where the visitor needs to know who's behind that because of the industry you're in. I think there are some mitigations there, and I think politics is one of them. So if you're promoting, if you're campaigning, et cetera, then they want to know what pages are behind that campaign page, in case it's satire and stuff like that. So, but in other words, for this podcast, if I post on it, no one's going to know that I'm behind that page unless I add myself as a public creator of this particular page. All right, so let's go to, so we're going to create our own folders. Let's drop this one in there. What I'm probably going to do here is, I'm just going to zoom out momentarily just so I can reshape it. I'm going to zoom back in, no worries. I'll probably do something like this. And then I'm gonna put some text in this empty space right here. All right. I'm gonna put, excuse me. I'm gonna put empowering families and their loved ones in this particular area. Right. And probably shrink this down just a little bit. I probably would do something like this. We are a podcast, so let's see if there's an icon. And do something like this. Maybe change that to white. And that way you know what we're about, and probably put like weekdays, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. You know, put a line to separate that. And again, you can get as creative as you would like. I like to keep things kind of clean. Make them white gold. Go here. Yeah. Go right here. There we go. I may even add this, I may even add followers. Let me see. Maybe add these icons as well. Add these down. This is something that you can share in any of your marketing collateral. I will put the Instagram. I'm gonna change the color of these as well, but just want to get them aligned. Really, everything you need to do this is right in Canva. So LinkedIn. We'll add follow us. No, let's do this one. Change that to white. You could do that like right here. Boom. All right. So look at that. That's that looks pretty legit to me. What do you guys think? That's great. All right, cool. Let's move on. So we would download this. It has the correct dimensions. And we go back to Facebook, and now we would add our cover photo.
So what are you doing now?
There we go. I just saved the image.
Oh, okay.
So I just added the cover image. And now our Facebook page is up and running. So now we're at a point. So you got your website now. And nice, Stephen. And then Facebook page is up and running. So at this point, you have the option to do several different things. Just jump on over to the About section. So now the About section, here's where you can add, and this is universal across any business page, any Facebook business page, okay? So you go to About section, and you can update your business hours, your business details, if you're selling products, your website. So we, in this sense, we would add our website. Right? You add your phone number, you put your email address. And remember, we created that email. I think it was in back at right. So you put all your information in, and you can add additional information about you and your business. You can add your privacy policy. There go that. There's two famous words again. So this is where you would add all your business information. And here it is. You see where it says add a button. So this is ideal. Again, if you're a consultant, if you are anyone that, a beautician, any selling product, you have a website, say our website, we were selling products. We could add a shop now button, and we could add a book appointment button. We could add send us a message. So a lot of business pages forget to do this button right here. Okay.
What if,
Yes.
since we're a podcast, what if you wanted to say, if you have any topics you want us to discuss, submit your suggestions here. Can you do that through that button?
Let's see. I'm not too.
Or can you do that anywhere on Facebook?
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, there's certain. I mean, they give you a list of what types of buttons you can add. So when you click add a button, they're going to tell you what you can do.
Okay.
So you can do send message, and someone, and then you could put a post on, submit your topics to us.
Mm-hmm.
But to have this button say submit topic ideas, I don't think you can customize to that much.
Okay.
Let me see here. Yeah.
So send message, is that messaging through Facebook or
Through
is that an
Facebook.
email
Yeah.
message? Okay.
It's a message through email, but if you want to do send email, you can do that as well. But if you can do learn more, and we can have the learn more go directly to our website. And then in that website, what you can do is, if we was diving deep a little bit into it, you can do pop-ups. And so when someone goes to your website for the first time or after so long, while they're on a site, you can have a pop-up that says submit topic ideas, and then they can
Okay.
type in that form and do it that way. So there's many different ways to get around not being able to make this button say that. Just it's a matter of knowing how to do it. So I think that would be an avenue you can take, is leveraging pop-ups on your website.
Now, can you do pop-ups on Wix or do you have to be in WordPress?
No, you can do pop-ups on Wix. Let me
Oh,
see.
okay.
Yeah, I think you can do pop-ups on Wix. Let's see if we go to add apps. So let's search for pop-ups. Yeah. Yeah, so you can use one of these. You just like with I've used the small pop-ups before, and then it'll give an example of what that means. But you can add to your site again. You got the free version, which 9 times out of 10 has their advertising on a particular pop-up. Then they got a paid version. But yeah, you can do everything through Wix. So if there's other widgets and stuff you want to use, just like WordPress, Wix has an app section, right? And you can kind of browse through the apps and see what it is that you want to add to your website, kind of spice it up a little bit more.
Okay.
Yes, I answered. It's all free. So this doesn't cost you to do this. Create username. This is another good one too. It's just like Instagram. If you do Instagram.com/ your IG name, it'll take whoever doesn't follow directly to your page. Or if they follow it, just take them directly to your page. Just like with LinkedIn, you do LinkedIn.com/user/ whatever your LinkedIn short username is, it'll take them directly to your LinkedIn page. So business pages works the same. It's Facebook.com/company/ the username that we're going to create here. So let's see if this is available. I have a feeling it is. It is. So you would do create username. Make sure I spelled that right. Done. So now you're all set. So like it says, people can search for managing GoDaddy and find your page easily. You can also change the username in the page info section. So this is often one that is forgotten, is doing a page username and in this button and completing your about section. So you get all this information here. Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's take it a step further. So in the settings, this is where you can do a lot of cool things with Facebook. One of the things that people like to do is add, if you got a partner with in your podcast, you want to assign, and they're on Facebook, you want to assign someone as an admin. Then, given the fact that I'm creating this page on my account, it puts me as an admin, but I could add someone else as an editor, as a moderator, right? As an advertiser, as an analyst, or an admin, meaning they got the same role as you, meaning they can delete you as an admin, delete your page, etc. So I would just put someone as an editor unless they're partnering with you on your business. But you can add them right here. You just type their name. So I just found Deborah Davis there on Facebook, so I can send her an invite as an editor. Put your password in, and then it would say pending. And then if you say, you know what, I changed my mind. Sorry, but you can cancel that invitation too. Sorry, Miss Deborah. But
That's okay. I'm not on Facebook anyway. I just have it.
let me see here. So another thing you can do, I'm trying to see if there's anything else I want you to focus on right now. You can create, if you create your Instagram, you can easily add it right here. Right. You can connect your account. You can also connect from Instagram as well. Let's go to the messaging right quick. This is where you can show a greeting. So when someone first comes to your page, let me see. Oh, okay. So when someone first visits your and this is another way too. Here's another way you can do that. When someone first visits the Facebook page, you ever seen that pop up where it says, "Hey, thanks for getting in touch with us. Send us a quick message." So we can change this particular greeting to say, thanks for getting in touch, or thanks for visiting our page. Uh, have any topic ideas you would like for us to cover? And so when they first come to your Facebook page, this will pop up at the bottom of their screen. Let's see here. Page info. We walked through the page info. It looks different. We did it through the about section, but this is just another area where you can edit it as well. Templates and tabs. This is a good one to focus on because this allows you to remove tabs and add tabs. So maybe if you have offers as far as coupons, you could turn that tab on and you could turn it off. Services, shop. Maybe you have a store. Maybe you have some job opportunities you're offering. So you can come in and you could turn some of these tabs off. If you don't have any events, us being a podcast, maybe we want to list our podcast as events. If you don't want people to be able to review, you could turn the reviews off. If you're not one that's going to be leveraging the groups feature, groups meaning you can create spin-off groups. Maybe you have a group that focuses on insurance. So you can create a private group where only people who are interested in that topic can join that group. So groups is very, honestly, groups is a webinar in itself. It's a pretty cool feature. And if you guys signed up, then you got added to our Facebook group to be able to get access to information that we don't share publicly. So you can turn that off if you're not going to be using that. Look at advanced messaging right quick. No, it's nothing in there. I want you to spin your wheels on. But this is the main points that I want you to do when putting together your Facebook page, your Facebook business page. Make sure you have all your I's dotted on what we just covered and your T's crossed. So we went through the general setup. We did your messaging. We did your page info, your templates and tabs, your page roles. And now I'm going to jump out of the page settings and I want to focus on something else I think is going to be beneficial to you. And that is your analytics. In other words, it's called insights here. So here's where, obviously it's a brand new page, so we don't see any information here. But here's where you're going to get access to everything that's happening on your Facebook page. LinkedIn, I'm excited. LinkedIn now has an analytics feature where it's easy to find and easy to understand. Instagram has it, but it's only for business pages. So you can't look at analytics on a personal page, but you can look at it for your business. So we have a webinar where I really dive into analytics and really understand and really reading and figure out whether your strategy is working, how to identify if your strategy isn't working, how to look at the data and identify how to actually fix it. Right. And so make sure that you keep an eye out for that one. that's a fun one when we really get into the details, because that's going to help you refine and create really effective ads. And it's just, data is king or queen. So, but this is where you're going to find your insights to see actions on your page, how many views, how many likes, how many people it reached, how long they watch your video, are they watching your videos, etc. You can really see all this information. Even in the GoDaddy WordPress, we even talk about, no, actually, it's a separate webinar. We would talk about the Facebook pixel. And does anyone have experience using Google Analytics? If not, Google Analytics collects all the data on your website. Facebook, and you also do Google Ads, so allows you to target people by way of keywords. It's a little bit more expensive, but Facebook has this widget called a Facebook Pixel, and that Facebook Pixel connects to your website. The thing about Google Ads and Facebook advertising is you have to have a well-defined plan, which you saw the workbook, right? You got to figure out who your target market is. And figuring out who your target market is, that's geographically, that's demographically, that is groups of interest, that's psychographics, things they're interested in, shopping habits, etc. What the Facebook Pixel allows you to do is that anyone that visits your website, as long as your pixel is connected to the website, it will take a picture of their digital footprint and it will store it in Facebook. So let's say you got 1,000 people that visited your site. Facebook has taken 1,000 digital footprint pictures of these individuals. So now you go to Facebook and you create a Facebook ad. You can build your own custom audience, or you could target your Facebook pixel. So now what the pixel allows you to do is it says, Facebook, I want to target people that looks like the 1,000 people that visited my website. So now it's going to take the 1,000 digital footprints that you just stored into your database, and it's going to scan every user on Facebook, and it says these 200,000 people fit the description of these thousands of people. So now you're targeting what we call look-alike audiences. We're targeting audiences that look like the 1,000 people that visited your site. And you'll be amazed at how many people do not know about the Facebook pixel. It's not talked about often, but it is the cheat code. And we have a workshop where we show you how to install that Facebook pixel and how to build your lookalike audiences. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. It is a shortcut. So, and I walk you through step by step. And honestly, Facebook now makes it very easy and straightforward to integrate that with almost every website platform out there: WordPress, Wix, Weebly, Squarespace. And so definitely check that out. So you don't have to spin your brain with trying to figure out who your target market is. You can just target people that visit your site. All right. So that pretty much wraps up with, what we really wanted to focus on. I wanted to show you how to get your Facebook page up and running. This is where you're going to post, obviously create posts, create videos. You can go live. You can do a lot of different things here. All right. You can view it as a visitor to see what it's going to look like when people visit your page. To me, that looks very good. And you're ready to go. Any questions on this particular page? All right. So now we're going to transition on over to LinkedIn. Okay. And if we haven't connected on LinkedIn yet,
there is a question, Joshua. Steven said, when should you pay for a post boost on Facebook?
That's a good question. So there is no right or wrong time to boost your post. I would say make sure you're boosting things that are worth boosting. So if you have a budget, then you can boost whenever you want to. Um, but I would boost content that's going to be a value add. So let's jump back over there and see there's different types of advertising and boosting. So if we hit this promote button, you can promote, you can get more website visitors, right? Which will drive traffic to our website. With us being a podcast, that's something that we want to do. Get more website purchases. Well, we're not selling anything, so we don't have to worry about that. Get more messages, probably not one we want to focus on. Promote your page, probably, right? We want to get our podcasting brand out there. And then get more leads. More leads is possibly more emails to subscribe to your site so you can send out those email campaigns, et cetera. So let's hypothetically, let's go ahead and do this one. Get more website visitors. Now, this is what it creates for you. But same thing here. In Canva, we can create our own image and our own photo there, or we can do a video. All right. So here's where you will put your ad description. But yeah, to directly answer that question, if you have, a small budget where you can invest into some advertising, I would do that. And but understand it's going to take some experimenting as well. You may not get it right the first time, or you may knock it out the park the first time. So you
How
put
much
your ad
should you be willing to spend? Or does it come in different price
It
ranges or
comes in different
something?
prices. Yeah, it comes in different prices. I'm going to show you. If you look at the bottom right hand side, depending on who your target market is, it's going to show you how far you can get with a dollar amount. So it's different across the board. Um, for example, like cycling, it's very popular. Coffee is very popular, but something like I don't know, uh, what's something that's out there? Pipelining, right? It's business, big business, but it's not a topic that people are regularly searching for on Facebook. So it may not have too much of an audience as opposed to coffee, which almost every adult drinks coffee. So they're probably talking about it a lot online, on Facebook, on Google. So that's a very large pool that you could target if you were a coffee company or a podcast that talked about coffee. So here, this is where you will put your headline. So it's showing you, what that ad is going to look like. And then here's where you could change your button. So if you're doing membership, so if you're doing bookings, maybe you are a hair salon or beautician or consultant, and you're letting people book time with you. A nonprofit, you do donate now. You can customize where that link would go. Or since we're a podcast, I would do learn more. Given we're a podcast targeting, that audience that's serving seniors. Now down here is that fun stuff. And since we're here, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I don't want to rush through this. Because it does require me to cover some more topics. But here's where that document, if you filled out that document, here is where you would use the information that you put in that document that we sent you. So if you finish that, then this area is going to be easy for you. If you haven't, then you're going to have to do some work. So it's important that you do some research and you get your social media strategy and marketing plan outlined. So when you come in here to do these ads, it's pretty straightforward. And all you got to do is plug and play. Let me see here. Yeah. So a good point. Storefront and Facebook boosting. So there's boosting an ad, and then there's creating an ad. So there's an easy way, then there's a more advanced way. This right here is like the middle tier, but that more advanced way is going through what we would call is business.facebook.com. And then that's where you would create your ad. So you would create an ad on the back end, which is something that doesn't rest on your Facebook page. I'm in the same here. This won't rest on your Facebook page. So this would be floating out in the world, collecting information or selling your products, but it won't sit directly on your page. If you just boost the post, that means you posted it on your Facebook page, and then you go down and you hit boost, and you can get more people, but it may not necessarily turn into conversions. But what I want to do here is to that point is you can target people based on location. You can target people based on everything. So what you want to do is hit that pencil. You can target men and women, or let's do all, since it is a podcast. And we're more in the senior market. So let's go 40 to 65 plus. And we can do United States, given we do want people from all over. We can do Canada, we can do Japan, but we're a Cincinnati-based podcast. Let's focus on where we are right now. So we could do Cincinnati. Let's do Dayton. And we may, let's change our mind. Let's just do the state of Ohio. How about that? I'm gonna do Detroit. I'm gonna go Ohio. I'm gonna go Kentucky. I'm gonna go Michigan and Indiana. All right. So that's a total potential reach of 11 million people. Now, we are a podcast. So we want to target people that's interested in podcasting. That 11 has now been reduced to 2.5 million. We are talking about home care. It goes up to 2.8. Let's see what this brings us. Elderly care, 2.8. So I think that's good. Now, the thing is, when you're doing this target marketing, you could define an audience. You can do too much defining. Like you can narrow it down to where you're missing opportunities. So we don't want to just target podcasts, because that's going to target anyone that's interested in listening or searching for podcasts. So you may fall on the radar of people that are looking for sports podcasting, but you're talking about home care and elderly care. So we're going to do podcasts. We're going to do home care, elderly care, because there's a lot of subcategories that fall underneath home care and elderly care. We don't necessarily need to do, like fall rates and stuff, because that would fall underneath the elderly care and home care. So we're going to keep it a little bit more broad, so we don't miss out on people who are searching for things that if we keep defining, then we may miss that particular audience. So you have to be careful with that, because that 2.8 can drop even more, depending on how many interests that you add here. So we can save this audience. All right. So we're 40 to 65 in Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, focused on podcast, home care, elderly care. Now here's the part to answer your question about how far can X amount of budget get me. So here, this is showing you what your daily results are going to be with a total budget of $25. So you're going to reach between 674 to 2,000 people on a daily basis. You can anticipate 69 to 200 clicks. That's pretty impressive. I mean, that shows that this is a popular area to be in. Now, let's say we do $20 a day. So $100 can get you daily between 128 and 370 clicks on learn more, right? That's a click. That's what they mean. Um, people reached. So somebody put estate planning. Let's put that in here and see what happens. 2.9. Nice. So that just went up. So that went from 1.4 to 4.1. That's really good. So if someone actually has an interest in doing a podcast on home care and elderly care, this may be one to jump into, because that $100 is going to get you. So, and if you're good, uh, that gets you a lot of people. So you got to think, you multiply this number times 5. That's pretty impressive. And if you could run this ad longer, so to answer your question, it all depends on who your target market is. Will determine how far you can get. Now let's say, for an example, you're someone that has, you said, I'm jumping all the way in. I got a $5,000 budget. And then you're looking at 3,500 to 10,000 clicks a day. That's insane. You're looking at reach between 51,000 and 147,000 people on a daily basis. It's pretty good. But what I would do, I would stay right here. Stay right here in my box for now and build it organically. No, but I just wanted to show you like how far you can get just based on your target market and your target audience. And this allows you to play around with it. All right. Any questions here? No? All right. Let's go to LinkedIn. LinkedIn, now that you've got a clear understanding of Facebook, how to start your Facebook business page, how to set up your business page. Let me just X out of this. How to set up your Facebook business page. It works very similar on LinkedIn. All right. Go here. Hmm. Here we go again. Here we go. Okay. All right. So on here, they've moved it. It's moved down here. Okay. So now we're on LinkedIn, right? So we're gonna go here. Now, in order to do LinkedIn, obviously, you got to have your personal LinkedIn profile page. And you go to this, I think those are 9 dots. You go to create company page. Now, in order to create that company page, you need to have a personal LinkedIn page. All right. So we're going to do we're going to do small business. Same thing. And this is a good platform to be on because, LinkedIn, your demographic may be in LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the culture and style of LinkedIn is a little bit different. The topics you're discussing, you may connect with a lot of practitioners and a lot of experts that are in this space and field that could potentially be good to interview on your podcast. And they could perhaps bring a following. So we would do this. Industry. Let's see what we have here. It may be media. Let's see if this podcast. I'm gonna do media. How about radio? We're gonna do media. You can always change it though. But to me, media production sounds a little bit closer to what we're doing. Company size 0 to 1. Company type. Let's do. We are an LLC. So let's do sole proprietorship. Logo. We've created our logo. So now we have our logo there, just like Facebook. Okay, it just looks a little bit different. Feels a little weird, but we're there. Tagline. We have our tagline. Empowering families and their loved ones. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the business professional version of Facebook, right? It's it works the same exact way. You post images, you share updates, but LinkedIn is more for the professional side of things, to connect with people, to network, find potential job opportunities, to recruit. It's more or less, if you want to, uh it's like dating websites, right? You got dating websites that are for people that are into the gym and fitness. And you got dating websites for people that are more religious. It's more or less, what is your flavor? And so Facebook is more just whatever, right? It's a place where people vent. It's a place where people do business. It's a place where people share family and stay updated with the family. LinkedIn is strictly business. You can share what you want, but the culture and the style and sensibility of LinkedIn is more professional. It's more wear your suit and tie, and Facebook is more, just put on a t-shirt, pair of jeans, and go ahead. So, but the essence and how it works is the same exact way. It's just the culture and style and language is different. And from an advertising standpoint, um, Facebook, you can get a lot farther, with $100 than you can on LinkedIn. So across the board. So I always recommend that you have a Facebook page, but depending on your industry, LinkedIn is good as far as networking to people, validating your background, seeing who you're connected with and stuff like that. So Facebook, you just add everybody as a friend. LinkedIn is, you want to be a little bit more strategic with who you add to your network, because that's often a place where people go see who you're connected to and who you're connected with by way of your connections. So there's another difference as far as LinkedIn over Facebook. All right. So the same thing that we did on Facebook, right? We have our logo, and then we're going to have our cover image. So this says the cover image dimensions are 1128 by 191. So we would come over to Canva. I think Canva has a LinkedIn, but I'm not sure if the dimensions are. No, they don't. All right. So then we're going to do a custom size. You know that already. 1128 by 191. We're going to pull the same. We're going to pull the same thing, the same cover photo that we created Facebook, but we're going to have to tweak it because you can clearly see the dimensions are different. So let's go to all of our designs and just pull that one over. But like I said, we're going to have to tweak it. So it's going to look a little strange, but we're going to fix this. And it's not going to be very difficult to do it. So we're going to take We're going to obviously adjust this image. And we're just going to, move this a little bit and just adjust the size so you can easily read it better. Actually, I may move it a little. I may make another adjustment. Here. Oh, thank you. So adjust that. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That looks good. All right. So we have the new cover image, right? And let's make this quick adjustment. Let's just slide this down like that. Yeah. Yeah, that looks clean. Try something here. No. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. You know the routine. Download. You all are Canva experts now. Hit this pencil, which usually means edit. And untype design. And there we are. Hit save. All right. So we now have our, just notice something. So I don't know if you guys picked up on it. I just saw it. See this right here? So remember we got the follow us icons. So Facebook actually, arches the area so this doesn't happen. That's not the case right here. So let's go back to Canva and make that quick adjustment. So in case this happens to you when you're putting together your design, you just go here and just slide this on over to the right a little bit. Let's try this again. Edit. Boom. There we go. Looks good. All right. And okay. Let's edit this page. So here's where you're going to do all your similar to Facebook, right? If not the exact same. You're going to update your description of what the podcast about, your website. If your organization doesn't have a website, you can always change this information, your phone number that you found it. You can add some specialties. In our specialty in this sense is home care, right? Elderly care. There's a couple of different things. So you can add your specialties there. Hit save. You can add your location. You can add those hashtags. Same thing with groups, how we did with Facebook. They got featured groups. And the buttons. So we have a button similar to Facebook, and you do the same thing. In this case, you can do visit website. Now, again, LinkedIn is not doesn't give you as many features and as many advertising options that Facebook does. But it is effective. Again, $100 is going to get you a lot farther on Facebook than it is on LinkedIn because the amount of daily and active users. LinkedIn has a lot of users. The most recent statistic, over 660 million people on LinkedIn. Facebook is clearly billions. Of that 660 million on LinkedIn, 70% are outside of the US. So, LinkedIn, the culture is different. So depending on the industry you're in, depending on, what it is you're trying to market, what you're trying to sell, will determine whether you need to be investing a lot of time on LinkedIn or not. Same goes for Twitter. For us, Twitter is not a place that we need to really invest much of our time in because of what we focus on and the products that we're selling and where our target market hangs out at. LinkedIn is a place for us. Facebook is a place for us. Not even so much Instagram. So going through that document is going to help alleviate a lot of these pain points with having to manage so many different platforms yourself, and really help you identify where you need to be focusing a bulk of your time and monies into. Okay. So that's pretty much it. I mean, LinkedIn is very clean. It's, again, it's effective depending on how you want to use it. And once you get that going, you're pretty much ready to, promote your LinkedIn page and share your page, which you can do here. You can copy the link. You can share it on Facebook. You can share it via Twitter. So yeah. Any questions? LinkedIn? Miss Deborah?
No, I don't have any.
You sure?
I may have, but I don't want to hold everything out. No, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. All right. Now, if you're one that is, you're saying I'm on LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. I want to advertise. Advertising on LinkedIn is a little, it's a little bit more, you know, complicated. And it's one that I think deserves its own class. Maybe not an hour long, but I'm not going to focus on the LinkedIn one today, advertising one today, because it is more complicated. It's not as, in my opinion, it's not as, for the novice in advertising, it's not as easy or straightforward as Facebook is. But if you want to play around with it, then you can click the advertise button and navigate. But I wouldn't, for this exercise, because I want you guys to come back. We want to do a post check in January and see where you are. And depending on where you are, then we can dump it. We could jump into other things, but I would focus on spending your advertising dollars in that Facebook area for right now, if you want to, or if not, try to build organically yourself and kind of get that cadence. Remember that to do checklists in the form. Get that cadence, get comfortable, get in the habits of doing things on social media, to build that business, to build your brand, to sell those products. And then if you want to get fancy and jumping over to the LinkedIn category, then you can. The thing about Facebook and Instagram, they work in unison. So if you're advertising on Facebook, it's going to automatically promote those ads on Instagram and Instagram stories and Facebook Messenger, because they work hand in hand, which is why you have to have a Facebook business account in order to open an Instagram business account. So it make it a lot. You just get so much more with advertising on Facebook, in my opinion, than advertising on LinkedIn. You have to have a little bit more of a solid budget in that LinkedIn area. Otherwise, you're just dumping your money out. Will LinkedIn or Facebook have more reach to create more leads? Yes. you know, yes. Again, it all depends on, remember when we was in this area. And if you want to play around with it, you can go to promote and just play around with, those target markets for here. So you can play around and kind of see, what you're going to get. If you kind of want to get an idea or a ballpark of how far you're going to get, based on your industry, based on your target market, how far you're going to get with X amount of budget. So you can come in here and just do some plug and play and kind of see what the numbers are going to be. So once you do this, okay, so we have our LinkedIn because we still got to go back to the site. We have our LinkedIn. So what we're going to do is share page, copy link. Let's go back to Wix. Remember this area? So what we do, again, is either going to say change or edit. You guys are already experts in this, but just want to say it one more time. This one says set, but that pop-up is going to be somewhere. So set social links. Let's add an icon. Let's see where LinkedIn is at. Okay, here we go. Okay, not on Twitter. We can remove that one. Not on YouTube. We can remove that one. Hypothetically, on Instagram, but we're focused on LinkedIn and Twitter. So we're going to take our link and add it here. And we're going to have it open in a new window. If we do current window, that means it's going to open in your current windows and take them from the site. If we do new window, it's going to keep the site open and open up LinkedIn in a tab next to it. Let's do new window. Let's go to Facebook. Let's take our URL, which is right in the top. Remember, facebook.com/managing golden age. Same thing here. Paste that. Done. Done. Now you have your social icons. Let's go to preview. So now if we click LinkedIn, it takes us to our LinkedIn business page. If we do Facebook, it takes us to our Facebook business page. And so now people that don't like your page are connected with you already. It's much easier for you to promote as opposed to having to always share the link. You say, hey, just go to my Facebook page and you can connect with us there. Okay. So let's check this list. Yes, absolutely. So you can do, to Naomi's point, you can add, let's go back here. Let's see if they have those podcast platforms. Let's see. See, it says Stitcher. Can do this. You can do this one. That's one where you may be on. Yeah, that one too. So here, I mean, you can add as many as you would like to. I didn't see the Stitcher one though. Let's try, see if we get anything else that pops up here. Okay. Let's do done. Yeah, it will work the same way. Unfortunately, I didn't see this logo in white. But you guys know how to create logos now and to change the color. You know how to create a vector file and you know how to upload that vector file, and you can make that appear right here. Okay, got it. So now let's look at what we've done collectively as a team. So collectively as a team, we all collectively started a business together between yesterday and today. So we did research and development, which is where we came up with the concept of our podcast. We came up with a business. We came up with a couple of different business names, and we searched for them on GoDaddy. We saw one was available, so we went ahead and we bought that particular domain name on Wix. Here's the storytelling time. At this point, we was ready to file for an LLC, so we visited sos.state.ohio. We created a profile, and we did a business search for managing Golden Age. That name was available, so we then paid $99 to register that name. After that, we jumped back over into Wix, and we created a profile. But before we wanted to begin building out the website, we wanted to first create a logo. So we spent 15 to 20 minutes in designing our logo, which, if I had to say so myself, we did a great job at that. We got some good input. We got some good colors. We got our branding colors solved. So now we was ready to jump over into Wix, where we found a theme. But the thing is, there wasn't a theme that was directly for podcasting. So if you're leveraging Wix or any other platform alike, and you don't see a theme that directly correlates with your industry or genre, we actually found a website template that was for a nonprofit, and we tweaked it to fit podcasting. You also have the option to jump on over to themeforce.com. We're going to save ThemeForce for the next webinar in 2021, where we're discussing WordPress, which is much more advanced, and we need a little bit more time. It's something we couldn't get through in this particular workshop, but I did cover a lot high level. So if you're interested, make sure you attend that webinar. We then completed customizing the website to our brand and to our products. We covered an SSL certificate to make sure that people are secure when they're doing payment processing, which brings us to the next point. We did a quick walkthrough on how to set up your PayPal account and how to set up your Stripe account. Now, the thing with Wix is that Stripe isn't easily found like PayPal is. In fact, Wix has their own payment processor. If you don't want to use Wix, then you hit change payment processor, and you select Stripe. And that's how you're going to connect your Stripe account. Now, remember, there's API keys and there's Stripe Think card numbers where you can test to make sure transactions are going through. Now, you need an email set up so you can get those transactions and you can know when those sales are coming and when they're going. And we walked through how do you set up a business email. It was very straightforward. It was a 2 to 3 minute process. In that business email, it would be, in our case, mback@managinggoldenage.com. The social media setup. Now we're at a point where we need to market this particular podcast that we just built. And I think at this point, it was 7.5 hours. We walked through how do you set up a Facebook business page. We discussed how that business page directly connects to Instagram. And then we walked through how to set up your LinkedIn business page. We also discussed the analytics side very briefly on Facebook, which brings me to a point. I want to just walk through it briefly on LinkedIn as well. And we discuss very high level the advertising side and how you can do some trial and error research yourself on how far a particular budget can get based on the industry and target market that you're going after. So that was the quick story that we have built in this particular checklist for Grow Your Business Bootcamp. Now, before I jump to your Q&A, let's just quickly go back here. So if you go here, this is where your analytics are going to be for your page. So if you're on your business page, this is where you can see visitors, updates, and your followers. Not as detailed as Facebook, but you get some valuable information here, which you can also use third-party platforms, like our platform that I shared with you in the link earlier, where we pull and share our own analytics as well. If you want to have everything managed from one dashboard in one area. So I sent you guys the link for that. You can sign up. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to jump over to the Q&A. And we want to address these questions because, again, this is day 2. There's timing, and the reason why we did this, the time we did it, because things are starting to slow down as we get into the holidays. So now is a great time to really put foot to pavement and really get those ideas and those benchmarks and milestones outside of your head. There's some of you that are already in business, and maybe you had a milestone that you wanted to achieve and didn't quite know the direction to go in. I'm hoping that we answered that question, and hopefully you can execute that. So when we do a post check in January, we say, hey, how's things going? How's that website look? Did you get it off the ground? We're hoping that a bulk of the feedback is going to be, yes, things are going great. I just need a little bit more help here. And we can say, hey, we got this, this webinar coming up in a couple of weeks is going to go directly to answering your question. So that is the goal. Let's look at, so Naomi says, can I make a pitch? Impact Biz Bootcamp Zoom Mixer. I'd love to meet the rest of the crew and learn about what you're working on. Coffee or cocktails on Tuesday at 4:30. Message me for a Zoom link. That's a great idea. Miss Deborah, where you at? You're on mute.
I'm here. Yes, that is a great idea. Unfortunately, Tuesday next week, I'm not going to be available, but Joshua can definitely join your mixer and inform me of whether or not you had cocktails or coffee. That'll tell me what happened in the meeting.
Oh, can't see you.
Oh, they can't see me?
Mm-mm.
Let me see what I can do. Let's see. Can you see me now?
Yes.
No?
I can see you.
I can't see myself. What happened?
We can see you just like yesterday.
I know. I'm not sure what okay. Well, if you can see me, I better sit up straight because I can't see what's going on.
Yeah, we can see you.
So
got an extended post-it note in the back.
That's from my financial accounting class.
Oh, okay.
That's what that's from. But so we've reached the end of our webinar. We've ended early today.
Yeah, 2:15. I gave you guys about 45 minutes back. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So no questions, nothing that needs to be reviewed real quick.
Yeah, we wanted to get some time in case I have to, dive into anything. So take this time to ask those questions. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Naomi. We really appreciate that feedback and engagement from everyone as well. We're happy to hear that you saw the value in what we're doing. And we really, like I said, the only thing we want is that you take a chance and jump out there and do it.
Okay, someone, let me see. No. Okay, Danielle, Desiree is, who's asking? Someone was asking about something. I don't see the replay in my email.
Oh, you haven't sent it out yet.
No, I haven't sent it.
Mm-mm.
No, we're still recording. So let's see. No questions, no concerns, nothing you want Joshua to go over again really quickly that you may have missed the first time around or from yesterday?
Nothing but
Okay.
love. That's what I'm talking about.
Question, I'm planning 2 things. Is it better to set up 2? Who just asked that question? Oh shoot, I went back too far. Do you know who asked that question?
Yeah, I think James says, oh, let me see. I didn't see that. Oh, planning 2 things. Is it better to set up 2? But not too sure. Understand you planning 2 things. If you have 2 separate businesses, I would definitely recommend 2 separate business pages. Yeah, you don't need to have, you don't want to have 2 businesses on one page. It'd be confusing.
Okay, let's see. Derek says he wish he could have had more hands-on. Yeah, well, I think that was in the beginning. Joshua had said, if you want to go through it as he's going through it, you could do it at that time on your own laptop or computer. So,
Oh, contact questions if they have answers. They got questions. I'll just put my email in there.
okay, and I will put mine. I think everybody has. Okay, and that's my email address. And I will add my website, our website, so that you can visit our website. And
Okay, and I see many of you signed up, so keep an email out from us as well with the login information for the software, and you guys can use that. Provide your feedback, have fun. It's going to automate all your social media for you and content with a few clicks of buttons. So I did see that we have quite a few submissions there.
so, did you see the question from Naomi? What about details on Influ Beta?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'll put the link in there again. Just make sure everyone complete this link here so you'll get all the updates. We're going to be releasing the beta here in the next few weeks, but you get an email with your login credentials and temporary password, which is where you can go in and change it. And like I said, it doesn't require your payment information. You'll get access to all the features to really try it, fall in love with it. We'll be sending out periodically. All the details are in this link, but we'll periodically send out some surveys that we ask you to complete. Nothing that would take you no more than 2 minutes to complete. Just so we make sure we're building out the next iteration directly to what you need to be successful. So the whole point of why our platform exists is to eliminate you having to do the stuff I just taught you to do on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So we've been able to do that, but now we're at the phase where we're launching a much more enhanced version.
There I am.
Yeah. So
I figured it out. Okay, so if there aren't any more questions, there aren't any more concerns or anything you want Joshua to review really quickly, I guess this concludes the end of our Grow Your Business 2-day boot camp. Do we get any sound effects, Joshua?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
ding, 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 ding,
We can
ding,
do
ding,
that. We
and
can do that. We can do that.
All
So we
right.
appreciate it.
Yes, we definitely appreciate you participating in the last 2 days of the Grow Your Business Bootcamp, sponsored by MBAC, Minority Business Assistance Center, and powered by Influ. Joshua Reed, president and founder of Influ. So like I said, we are going to be having some webinars in 2021. We're in the process of working out what those subjects will be, and we will definitely make sure that you are included on our invite so that you can participate in those webinars. And definitely will include some of the topics that you've expressed today as being of importance to you as well. So we want to make sure the webinars are customized to what your needs are in order for you to get the most out of the webinars. So thank you again, Joshua. Any closing remarks?
No, we look forward to following up with you guys after the first of the year. And like I said, we didn't want to ask for anything from you, but all we ask is that you take a chance on yourself and go out there and either start that idea, expand on that idea, and just try something new and leverage these tools. Hopefully we've equipped you with all the things that you need to make that happen and have to seek outside resources and outside capital. So we look forward to checking back in with you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us. And we look forward to bringing more valuable resource in the future. If you were pleased with today, when you get that survey, just please let those remarks reflect in your feedback, and so we continuously bring you more webinars in the future.
Oh, don't forget we have the pitch webinar next week.
Oh yeah. We have a pitch webinar next week, which will build off of this one.
Right. So you want to give them the date on that, Joshua? I think it's the 17th.
Yeah, I believe it's the 17th. Yeah.
17th at 9 a.m. I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
we'll get that information out to you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you again for participating. And we will see you in the future, 2021. Or next week. We'll see you next week, hopefully. All right, take care. Bye.